Professor Thania.
What are you
We
doing?
have several other senior colleagues. I just like to take that of Professor Song Samga, who was with us as BBC in the past. You're welcome, sir. I saw the name, I thought it was another one. I thought it was BBC brother. Until I saw it. And of course, almost all of you, I know many of my colleagues in the room are all welcome. We have she I International Linkages Office, right? ILO, Office of the Vice Chancellor. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, and every one of us, you're welcome. All the colleagues online, you are welcome. Delighted to have you. And this promises, this is the fourth in the series. I know we've had very many of these workshops, lectures, and engagements on decolonization and on implementing the university's critical part of the university's 2022 to 2027 strategic plan, which is establishing, implementing, articulating the university's new identity as a node for Africans. These seminars have been running since the beginning of the year, and these faculty-specific workshops have been done for the other three faculties in the university, beginning with the Faculty of the Humanities and Social Sciences, and then we went to the Faculty of Commerce, Administration and Law, and then we had the Faculty of Education, which was the immediate past workshop, and now, of course, we're having the last in this series, and absolutely not the least, definitely not the least, Faculty of Science, Agri, and Engineering. I've been part of these workshops, they've been very exciting, and I guarantee you that we are going to have a very constructive, positive, stimulating intellectual time from now until Friday. That is where my opening pleasantries would end. I now have the honor to invite for the opening and welcome address by the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Hoboso Ikwani. Yes. And maybe she is protesting the fact that you are not clapping yet. Yes, but clearly she's getting one or two things right on the system. I will use those moments while we wait for the dean to come to the podium to, not sure I need to do this, but perhaps as a way of filling the time, to encourage us, to urge us, to appeal to us, to try to seduce us, to try to bribe us. Be very engaging in these conversations. There are multiple segments of the workshop that are interactive. They are intentionally planned in this way. So you can see, for instance, that we will begin the major presentations by watching and listening to a message from the Vice Chancellor, which she gave in one of the lectures last year. Professor Siebe has found it particularly instructive and fitting to set the tone for the engagements. So that will take place. And after that, immediately after that, we have our first interactive session, which is a question and answer session, which I will anchor. And then we'll have the main presentation from Professor Siebe, the contemporary politics of knowledge. These are quite content-heavy interventions, which include very major claims, very far-reaching ideas, if they are to be taken seriously, if they are to be implemented, if they are to guide our practice, if they are to contribute to our thinking, if they are to affect, if they are to be reflected in the work that we do, they are quite major claims that should either be dismissed in their entirety or engaged. So the experience is that there are those who, for whom these ideas resonate strongly. There are those for whom these ideas might not resonate. Definitely, there are those. There are those who might respond uh, with active interest, active, some amount of pleasure, some amount of provocation, some amount of incitement, not in a negative way. But there are also those who may feel a bit repulsed, who may feel a bit taken aback, for whom some of these claims are outrageous, for whom some of these claims and these propositions are so foreign to whom they are so foreign to their own ways of thinking that they may want to reject or to contest them. The workshops are designed to enable, to encourage, to welcome, to engage with a wide range of responses. It's not, in my understanding, having been part of this for at least 2 years, they are not intended as preachers' opportunities or preachers' forums to attempt to impose ideas or to indoctrinate uh, people with ideas, which the people are now expected to swallow hook, line, and sinker. Uh, so that is built into the program. We also have, after Professor Sieke's main presentation, which will go on for about an hour, we're also going to have a question and answer session directly after that. We are going to have roundtable reflections where colleagues are invited to comment off the cuff or prepared. The roundtable sessions are not intended as presentations, so the panelists are not presenters per se. They will make comments, respond to prompts, questions from the anchor, and it will be bounced off the audience in the room as well as the audience online. So it's intended as a free-flowing conversation and exchange. Uh, Thereafter, we'll have lunch, and then there are breakaway sessions in the afternoon where where colleagues are split into groups and where they try to discuss the practical implications, the practical ramifications of these ideas. If we do take them seriously, what would that mean in terms of daily practice, in terms of praxis in general, in terms of thinking, in terms of conceptualization, whether it is in the area of delivery, in class delivery, whether it's in the area of the formulation of new programs or the implementation of existing programs, and whether it's in terms of even university culture, in terms of administration, in terms of values, in terms of the other activities that we do, not just academic, but also those which may fall in the realm of what we often call support services. And after that, there will be yet another interactive session where colleagues from the different groups will report to the plenary, so we all come together as a plenary again, and hopefully, and that has been the case, insight that is generated due to maybe particular group dynamics in the different groups can now be discussed as a in the plenary, in the context of the plenary. This is practically repeated over the next 2 days. And as I said, the idea is that we have as robust, as sincere as a conversation as possible. Thank you, colleagues. You may now have to clap again as we welcome the Dean for our opening remarks.
That is why it's always important that we have the language people running running the program. Thank you so much, the program director, Prof. Opome, Professor Siepe, the workshop facilitator and presenter, Professor George Moyo. I'm calling the whole name because we also have Professor Moyo. Mrs. Mankai, manager in the Vice Chancellor's office, who is organizing this workshop for the Faculty of Science, Agriculture and Engineering, the Deputy Deans of the Faculty of Science, Agriculture and Engineering, the faculty manager, the heads of the departments, and the academics in the venue, and those online. Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you to the Faculty of Science Note for African Thought workshop. I must admit that our faculty is one of the most naked faculty when it comes to decoloniality. Statistically, maybe this field might be one of the most open or open-minded and eager to learn minds for the workshop, hence being the last faculty to undertake the workshop. So in these 3 days, we will probe into critical things that shape our understanding of knowledge and its complex relationship with power, culture, and history as the program details. Therefore, it is an honor to open this workshop and to witness the convergence of brilliant scientist minds dedicated in addressing the vital issues of our time. As the Dean of the Faculty of Science, Agriculture and Engineering, I'm particularly passionate about the ways in which we produce, share, and challenge knowledge. I am aware of the importance of examining not just the content of knowledge, but the context and power structures that shape its creation and dissemination. This workshop, therefore, calls us to scrutinize how knowledge is influenced and controlled in various political forces. In an age where information can be both a tool of enlightenment and a weapon of manipulation, understanding the dynamics at play is very crucial. It is fundamental to understand who controls knowledge, whose voices are amplified, and whose are marginalized. We must strive to create spaces where diverse perspectives are valued and heard. The workshop also prompts us to reflect on the historical and ongoing processes through which certain knowledge systems have been imposed over others. This colonization has often led to marginalization and elimination of indigenous and local knowledges. It is imperative for us as scholars to understand these imperatives, narratives, to recognize their value, and to integrate them into our broader understanding of the world. This workshop provides a lens through which we can examine the efforts to reclaim and valorize diverse knowledge traditions. Decolonizing knowledge is not merely about adding different perspectives to the existing canon. It is about fundamentally transforming how we approach knowledge itself. It involves rethinking our curriculum, research agenda, and the ways we engage with knowledge to create an inclusive intellectual environment that respects and values all forms of knowledge. As we embark on this workshop, I encourage all of us to engage deeply. We've informed, shared over the 3 days, and I'm confident that we have our open minds, as I have mentioned at the beginning, that we are the most naked faculty when this issue is related. Let us challenge our preconceptions, share our diverse experiences, and work collaboratively towards a more equitable and inclusive intellectual and landscape. And I believe as scientists, we have all the capabilities to embark on this project. And I can assure the program director and the facilitator for this workshop that the people that are in this workshop today are ready to engage in this discourse. I thank you in advance for attending the workshop, and I look forward to the rich discussions and innovative ideas that will emerge during these 3 days. We know that we are innovators, and this is the time for us to shine and show our innovative thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. We could actually start a Q&A on your introduction, if that was part of the program. But that's really provocative. That's heavy. That's what the power structures that shape knowledge. Is knowledge shaped? Is knowledge naturally occurring? Is there validity in the claim that knowledge is shaped? Does power affect knowledge? There may not be too much argument about knowledges that are valorized and those that may be disregarded or put aside. But there might be those who want to question whether knowledge is something that is shaped. Is there an agency, or is knowledge a naturally occurring natural agency itself that we should all bow to? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And should issues of transformation be extended to issues of knowledge? But I like the last part where you assured us that the Church of the Faculty of Science, Agriculture, and Engineering is ready to engage. I really like that part. And I thank you for that. Let's do this one more time. I also like the fact about innovation. Scientists, no scientist wants to say he's not innovative. I think you would commit
So you're using what remote?
career suicide if you declare yourself as a scientist, as an
Will upgrade.
engineer, and then you are against innovation. But the idea of innovation is the idea of
Will
newness.
upgrade.
And newness has in itself the suggestion of a that the earth is flat, which was celebrated as a very scientific idea, celebrated as a very empirical idea, to the idea that, oh no, the earth has not really.
How does that understand education to us prepare people into disciplinary personalities that define our academic practices? I believe this exercise is necessary if we are to build a vanguard of African thought capable of confronting the epistemic violence of the global north, for which, yes, has ensured academia around the world within a form of disciplinary cul-de-sac. Moreover, by exploring the terrain of disciplinarity debate, I hope to whet your appetite for today's topic. by our important and very eloquent guest speaker, Professor Bewaji. Moreover, by exploring the terrain of the Islamic debate, I've already said I hope to await your appetite for today's topic by Professor Bewaji. My overall intention is to map the power dynamics embedded in the colonial disciplinary configuration of knowledge, and by extension, to point to lines of struggle leading to alternative decolonized knowledges and thought. I will start my presentation with the understanding disciplinarity. Scholars of disciplinary studies have claimed that most academic disciplines are established in the 19th and 20th century. Europe and have become taken for granted almost as a natural way of ordering university knowledge. Yet, a close scrutiny of their present-day manifestations in universities, academic activities reveals tensions, contradictions, and possibilities. Although there is no single agreed definition of what academic disciplines are, scholars have come up with conceptions which allow us to explore the essential features of the phenomenon. Kalman 2022 believes that, on one view, that disciplines are, open quote, social and epistemological entities that make up distinct knowledge domains based on particular forms of inquiry and theoretical outlooks, but also social domains that present the members of a discipline with a shared set of values and practices, unquote. In similar vein, Barrow 2022 contends that, open quote, disciplines are manifestations of norms associated with a particular ways of organizing learning and the systematic production of knowledge, setting the boundaries of what might be taught, close quote. From the foregoing definitions, 3 points can be made. The first is that academic disciplines consist of predefined epistemological or knowledge-producing models that offer proven ways of knowledge production and dissemination. Academic practitioners get socialized in this regime, leading to a tendency to take disciplinarity as unquestionable, as something that he or she, or that those things have always existed, external and internal, and are not to be changed. Disciplinary boundaries are then set and policed through various mechanisms, which include conceptual frameworks, standards, norms, etc., to legitimize positions and the roles of members of disciplines. The second point concerns the idea of community and identity. Disciplines are typically sustained by networks of academic or community of scholars, distinguished by their distinct epistemic repertoires encompassing, among others, epistemological beliefs, theories, and terminology. It is argued that members of disciplinary community are drawn together by their commitment to and invest in various epistemic repertoires. Disciplinary committees of practice are also maintained through disciplinary infrastructure, such as education program, academic departments in universities. Success within a well-established disciplinary norms and practices confers status and influence on academics as well as identity formation. Finally, some scholars have, however, taken the issue with the apparent statistic depiction of academic disciplines implied in 2 definitions. They post that within each discipline or subfield, there is often a considerable amount of epistemic heterogeneity and dynamism. As members of the disciplines engage in academic practices, new orientations may emerge, which may exist alongside established ones, or may be insulated from and in opposition to them. When viewed this way, disciplines as heterogeneous and dynamic meaning that are given disciplinary training and border policing may not achieve that compliance from members of disciplines. This also means that disciplinary boundaries are permeable. I now move to my second or third point, to disciplinarity and its prefixes beyond disciplinary boundaries. For centuries, the order of knowledge has been framed according to disciplinary boundaries. In recent years, there's been increasing questioning on the rationale and legitimacy of disciplinarity. The debates have given rise to multiplicity of qualifying prefixes to which the term discipline has been subjected. Among the most important include mono, inter, multi, trans, post. Those are the four levels. And what it shows in my presentation, if I were to show you, it shows that the movement from monodisciplinarity to post-disciplinarity, what it entails. The disciplinary prefixes can be thought as occurring along this continuum from monodisciplinarity to post-disciplinarity, of all which show different degrees of movement beyond disciplinary boundaries. And I think this is some of the things that I was discussing with the UBCs yesterday as to how to approach this era of African thought and African law, and how to position the disciplines within the university, which is why Professor Bawat is sitting here. Each disciplinary prefix conveys conceptual and practical shifts along this continuum and can be judged in terms of how far it is from either the polar extremes. Hugerson and van der Laan 2021, Debalay 2019, they summarize meanings of various types of disciplinarities, namely monodisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity, and post-disciplinarity. It must be noted that the above taxonomy is not exhaustive. It gives a bird's eye view of the complex debate about disciplinarities to which there is no consensus. And you must summon that, because that's exactly what is going to happen, and that's what scholarship is about. It, however, offers a vantage point for reflection and deeper engagement on the roles we, as academics and the university systems, play in a broader decolonization project. Out of this sober perspective, strategies for disobeying colonial discipline containment and for crafting of way forward-looking alternatives can emerge. Now, on the point of framing alternatives to colonial disciplinarities, the decision to develop UniZulu as a node for African thought is one of the strategies for resisting different kinds of colonialities of power that have subjugated academia for centuries. Indeed, in exploring the taxonomy of disciplinarities, this fact becomes apparent in this connection as we strategize towards achieving cognitive justice. Vichai and Fathajan, 2014, raise a permanent point. They argue that the characteristics of the power or strategy relation affect the kind of resistance that should be deployed. That being the case, it then becomes apparent or important to work out what kinds of resistance are appropriate for what kinds of power tentacles within the disciplinarities. In other words, there is no need to think about how, for example, absolute or exclusionary disciplinary knowledge boundaries or disciplinary epistemic repertoires can be effectively resisted. Growing decolonial scholarship has generated a substantive body of narratives that seek to counter the prevailing Eurocentric scholarship and create alternative and inclusive worldviews that should be reflected in the Global South University curricular offerings. I cover these main points, categories that are broader thinking and shifting of borders, disciplinary activism, transcendence and transgression, and epistemic communities, as I will be outlining below. Broader thinking and shifting borders narrative. Abdullah 2021 has argued that the one way out of disciplinary containment is border thinking, a decolonial concept which focuses on changing the kinds of conversation about the knowledge as well as disciplinary content. For Abdullah, border thinking locates its inquiry on the very borders of the systems of thought and reaches towards possibility of non-Eurocentric models of thinking. It also acknowledges the existence of other epistemologies, knowledges, and understandings towards to universal world, a world where many worlds fit. In similar vein, Sonetti and others, 2022, propose a rewriting of boundaries between disciplines, arguing that doing so is not a matter of producing new individual ways of thinking, but of a new mindset or set of attitudes to be constructed in true inclusive perspectives. The second point is disciplinary activism narrative. In a study designed to support South African academics decolonize the curricula following the 2015 hashtag Roads Must Fall student campaigns. The Harry League and others called for dynamics to enact agency as disciplinary activists to disrupt artificial disciplinary boundaries. The study questioned how academics who have been disciplined to think and act in ways that do not necessarily enable epistemic and ontological access to freedom can free themselves from colonial practices by disrupting or delinking their practices from colonialism of knowledge. Being the power in operating colonial disparity can serve as a catalyst for constructive social and academic change through the redesign of curriculum, which is where we are, Professor Nomlong. To this end, the authors identified three sides of disruption: of the researcher as a person, the researcher as a teacher within the academy, and the researcher as a specialist within a particular discipline. The third point is transcendence and transgression narrative. It has been argued that another way of challenging colonial disparity configurations is through transcendence and transgressions. With regard to the transcendence, which also appears in the transdisciplinarity and post-disciplinarity discourses, the focus is on the need to develop new overarching frameworks that replace the old ones and aim to develop pragmatic and value-based unity worldviews. Closely related to this inclusivity stance, the transgression narratives seek to break hierarchical views of knowledge, acknowledging multiple voices and to position oneself outside the limits of what was considered reliable knowledge. The fourth one, being the last one, is epistemic communities' narratives. Just as communities of practice are formed around exclusionary colonial disciplinary boundaries, subscribing to and controlled by a set of disciplinary epistemic repertoires, so can alternative and inclusive epistemic communities be formed. There's a proposal from scholars that a notion of relational epistemic communities as spaces where academics and other social embedded knowers can establish true dialogue of knowledges. A space where knowledge is co-produced by interaction of mosaic epistemologies inherent in cultural and ethnic heterogeneity. Members of epistemic communities, I quote, are bounded by shared commitments to embrace inter-ontological dialogues and to produce socially robust knowledge and understood as a process more than a final product, close quote. The main message in this definition is that to decolonize universities, we must relook at service and engagement with communities, as well as force deep partnerships with members of the society we serve. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that our pursuit for the vision to create a node of African content unison can be enhanced by adopting an active, reflexive stance where we interrogate our own positionalities as defined by the colonial disciplinary pigeonholes from where we were. We should also recognize how universalized disciplinarities shape our identities and academics and develop, as well as deploy discourses that will shape our actions to create alternative, inclusive, epistemic communities that will derive the privileging of African or marginalized epistemologies. Finally, I hope I have highlighted the limitations and possibilities of trying to effect decolonization from within and with the academy. With these reflections, I wish you a fruitful on all part deliberations, and I thank you.
And we would like to thank you too, Madam Vice Chancellor, in absentia, for that brilliant presentation. Before we proceed, colleagues, I'd like to welcome in our midst DVC Institutional Planning, Professor Jaka, who stepped in, and to recognize our DVCs in the faculty, Professor Mudali, Professor Moyo, am I right? I think I've got it right. Okay, and all the HODs. So, colleagues, we are now it's just gone past 9:20. We have about, before the tea break, we are required to engage with this presentation. Yes, we are required to engage with the presentation. Let me pose a question from where the Vice Chancellor ended. Of course, she's talking about disciplines, received academic disciplines, as she didn't use the word artifacts, but as products of the colonial evolution of knowledge, as structures that ordered intellectual activity, academic activity, knowledge production activities. And although she doesn't mention the American philosopher Lewis Gordon had written a
an influential book in 2006, which is titled Disciplinary Decadence, Living Thought in Trying Times, where Gordon makes the same argument that the Vice Chancellor elaborates on in this presentation, that these disciplines that evolved during the height of colonial enterprise in the late 18th, mid 19th, mainly the 19th centuries, Gordon argues that they've become ossified, that they do not truly represent intellectual freedom, knowledge production freedom, the dynamism that characterizes and the plurality, and the Vice Chancellor used the term there, epistemological heterogeneity. That is the plurality of perspectives, of knowledge production processes and knowledge production outcomes that the current dominant received disciplines do not accurately represent that. And then she challenges us in this university at the end of her speech to consider, to interrogate, those are her words, interrogate our own positionalities, quote, end of quote. How do we respond to these dominant, these universalized disciplines? She makes reference to those gestures that not just the whole campaign of decolonization, which has been going on since forever, and Professor Siepe will make that point when he comes, but we are in a reiteration of the move towards decolonization that was triggered more recently by the now very well known Rhodes Must Fall protests of 2015. We find ourselves in a unique position, I think, in South Africa, in a South African university, because that movement, which was able to get significant global traction, came from here, came from South Africa, a few hundred kilometers from here. So the Vice Chancellor is challenging us. She talks about those gestures, as I was saying, gestures like monodisciplinarity and the reaction to monodisciplinarity in terms of interdisciplinarity, and many universities doing interdisciplinary research, especially at PhD level, even at master's level, and the emergence of the idea of transdisciplinarity, that is crossing several disciplines, the idea of post-disciplinarity, which she doesn't expatiate on, but I would interpret as a walking back of the idea of the operation, knowledge production, knowledge dissemination in terms of disciplines. She doesn't say what I have found to be my favorite response to ossified disciplinarity. My favorite response is non-disciplinarity. And I'm getting a big kick these days describing myself as a non-disciplinary scholar. Yeah, I really like it. I had a presentation the other day and I started by, I am making a non-disciplinary response. And I liked the confusion on the face of the audience. Yeah. And I actually, quite seriously, I want to think of knowledge in non-disciplinary ways, and I want to see myself as a non-disciplinary scholar. I mean, like, what am I doing here? What am I doing in the Faculty of Science and blah, blah, except I justify it by saying I'm a non-disciplinary person. So you can't kick me out. So I belong. You see what I mean? Otherwise, I have to be a mathematician or an engineer to be here. So I problematize your position as a mathematician, and I imply that as a non-disciplinary scholar, I'm also a mathematician. And that's what I'm. But for me, that is a direct response. I can say that to the challenge that the Vice Chancellor laid down last year. Consider your positionality. How do you position yourself? Can we come up, and these are our words as well, with alternative, inclusive epistemologies? Can we come up with a response to this dominant, ossified, ossified meaning like fossilized, like entrenched and unyielding, inflexible. I mean, a mathematician is a mathematician is a mathematician. You have no business talking. If you're a physicist, you have no business in the issues of mathematics, for instance. That idea of the disciplines. And you see this in some debates. What is this guy saying? How can he say that the government should borrow more money? He's not even an economist. You know, that boundary setting, that border setting to say some people have no legitimacy to be involved in a certain area of knowledge that has been defined by a discipline because they are perceived to not have disciplinary bona fides, like they don't qualify. I mean, his PhD is in literature, for God's sake. Why is he talking about economics? He's not an economist, that kind of thing. You see, but I go to Pick and Pay, you see. So, yeah, I get a salary. I owe the bank some money. So I think maybe I might be an economist to some extent. I don't know. And then others will come and say, but that's microeconomics. What we're talking about here is macroeconomics. We're talking about global finances. You don't belong here. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah. But I pay page fees to a journal in America. So maybe I'm also in the macro business. Anyways, so the vice chancellor is challenging us. How do we problematize? How do we interrogate our own positionalities? So, colleagues, it's now your time to speak. I've exhausted my script. Yes, how are we going to respond? What area of the vice chancellor's presentation, what area of disciplinarity do we want to comment on? The communities formed by disciplines, the infrastructure of disciplines. She also talked about the infrastructures in terms of things like the departments, the faculties, the programs. We can also think of associations, Association of South African Physicists, for instance. These are bureaucratic, sometimes political, sometimes institutional infrastructures that sustain, that articulate disciplinarity. I see Professor Sibanda wants to make an intervention. Yes. Yes, Ms. Makai will assist us. If we have two mics, it will be very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and the presentation from the VC. Just to respond a little bit on the this discourse, I think the battle that we are into now, borrowing from Kanchenning Love, is that of an epistemic battle. I think we need to approach it with an epistemological view, because we are now aware that colonialism, capitalism, and these Eurocentric views have now brought us to this situation where we are now. So almost every society or economy there are these power dynamics and constant tensions. For example, that have shifted how we used to do things. For example, when we look at production, when we look at distribution, when we look at consumption, when we look at knowledge systems. So what has happened is a shift towards these homogenic knowledge systems that have a focus on industrial efficiency, that have a focus on market orientation, technological advancements, and so forth, at the expense of what we already know, what one can refer to as localized knowledge, indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, and so forth. So, borrowing from Kanchenning and other scholars, I think how we need to view it is that of an epistemological view, in terms of us now critiquing these homogenic knowledge or dominant systems, how we create knowledge. I think we also need to approach it with an open mind as we do that. You used terms like non-disciplinary. I think there are also terms like multidisciplinary interdisciplinary, and so forth. Maybe let me just stop here. I'll share more when I come to the panel session later on. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Sibanda. Thank you. Yes, colleagues? Yes, Professor Sangna. And we have Professor Adigun online. So after Professor Sangna, we'll go to Professor Adigun.
Thanks, colleagues. I want to speak from a position of ignorance with a view of particularly exposing my ignorance so that somebody can maybe take me by the hand and lead me. I do know that we were co-opted into the current narrative and structural arrangements, particularly in the academy. And we have then since been trying to redefine this narrative in our own terms. I am, though, of the view that by and large, we are succeeding in that process. A lot of people today create knowledge the way they like. They are aware of the boundaries, the controls that are being exacted upon them, but they go on and anyway and create knowledge the way they like. I'll give you an example. I supervised a student, doctoral student in arts and humanities here at the University of Zululand for 3 years, and I completed her. But I'm an organic chemist. And that student graduated with a doctorate. There were many battles in that process. But between me and the University of Zululand, we proceeded and created knowledge anyway, the way we want to. So I'm of the view that we are succeeding as an academy in this process. What I have personally been co-opted in is a way out, which I consider to be really quite powerful. It is provocative. It is a way out that is militant, defiant, and I've been co-opted in that process, and I don't have any of the disciplinary qualifications to sustain that co-option. And that is the language narrative. This is our way out of this co-option into this structural epistemic violence against our academy, particularly as Africans. Our way out is the language. If you look at the global north, everybody creates knowledge in their language. We are the ones who are creating knowledge in somebody else's language. If we accelerate this, we'll get out of this quagmire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our IT colleagues want speakers to please mention their names. But the first speaker was Professor Melusu Sibanda. The second speaker is Professor Songna. So the others, we are now going to Professor Adigun. He's speaking online. Professor Adigun.
Thank you, Program Director. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to make a comment regarding what the Vice Chancellor was saying about reconstructing boundaries between disciplines. And I think this is something that as scientists, engineers, and agriculturists in our own faculty, something we need to address. Because
the colonial context of the emergence of the disciplines, and he talked about the preference for certain kinds of knowledge. And we've also had Professor Songma talk about transgressing. The Vice Chancellor uses that term. Yeah. Transgressing, and he gave a personal experience. Uh, he is considered to be in organic chemistry, but he was able to supervise someone in industrial chemistry, and they produce knowledge regardless. And then he talked about something very close to my mind, to my heart, the language issue. And Kwesi Kwapra, if some those of us who know him, yeah, he was based in Cape Town for a long time, born in Ghana, but he makes a very, very harsh argument that until Africans uh, enhance sufficiently the use of indigenous languages in knowledge production, the 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 desired advancement, I don't like the word development, it has too much baggage, will not be achieved. That's Kwesi Pra's argument. He supports it by with a simple reference. He says, show me anywhere in the world where people have achieved technological, economic dominance on the basis of a foreign language. That's the argument he makes. It's a very powerful argument. It's difficult to argue against. There's another dimension to it that I find interesting, even in the use of English. Um, I agree with Chinua Achebe, Baldwin, the American Baldwin James, who says, yeah, there's an extent to which we can also use foreign languages, but then we have to use them rather than imitate them, which is our tendency is to imitate and try to, we wait for the word to get to the dictionary and then we use it. Yeah. Africans learn English from the dictionary. And do we know how really horrible that is? We assume that words come from the dictionary. But I'll ask you, do words come from the dictionary? Do speakers use words from the dictionary? Speakers give words to the dictionary. Words only end up in the dictionary after people have used them. But unfortunately, most Africans, if your life is a second language learner person, you use words that have already been used. You go and pick words, which means you can't self-express. Every time you express yourself, you are trying to imitate somebody else. That's the meaning. And that's a problem we have to deal with. But thank you very much, Professor Sonka. I could go on forever on that point. Of course, some bias there. And Professor Adigo has talked about reconstructing boundaries. We may want to problematize that a bit, but he makes a very good point that in regard to AI, everybody from these different disciplines can actually participate in it. And then he says, quote and unquote, we need to pull down the boundaries. Also says the world is changing. What I find very interesting in that comment is, again, as there's a term in the street lingo where I come from, follow. If you follow, you wait for somebody else to make the changes. Okay. I don't think as Africans we do not understand or believe in changes. I think we do. I think the problem is we wait for other people to make the changes. And then we spend years and maybe decades trying to catch up to that change. And when we are 75% there, they make another change. And then everything you spend the last 15, 20 years learning is suddenly obsolete. Then you now try again. So how do we lead the change? How do we put ourselves there? How do we make the changes? Prof. Siepe, he's already here. He's going to tell us later about what he calls social confidence. Confidence to, like what Prof. Songna demonstrated, the confidence to carry on with this supervision. He's suggesting that there were people say, no, but you can't. But no, you are a structural relativist, post-enlightenment chemist. You cannot be involved in modernist, algorithmic. All these terms are always conjured to put people outside the borders. Yeah. to deny access into it. But that's fantastic. The dean has an intervention. Please go ahead, ma'am. But I was going to ask after the dean's intervention. So we are all speaking. It seems the direction of the comments so far is in support of the VC's general direction that we need to contest disciplines. But is there something to be said in support of disciplines as they exist? But that's after you, Prof. Lifmaya. Then we'll come to Prof. Jaka.
Thank you so much, Prof. Apomi. I think I just want to contribute on what the Vice Chancellor has challenged us with the monodisciplinarity that we should contest and try and run away from it. And she has put some suggestions there of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, post-disciplinary, and there are many things that are there. And in the Faculty of Science, Agriculture, and Engineering, it is clear for us, and it has been clear for many years, that producing knowledge under discipline does not solve our problems. And actually, it's a continuous intention to produce knowledge to solve other people's or other societies' problems. And we understand that. And I think the challenge that we have now, because I think for so many years we have embarked on multidisciplinary research. What has been a challenge for us, and I think that's what we should also focus on, how do we do that multidisciplinarity for undergraduate? Because that's where it should start. We can't just pick it up from the postgraduate. I think that is the challenge that we are facing. And that's what we should focus on, because they have to start from young minds that if we go the route of multidisciplinary, that's the only way, or we can say for now, the only way to solve the problems that we are facing.
That's fantastic. Two very key points there: solving other people's problems, other societies' problems. Prof. Sepe will tell us a bit about the Beninois philosopher Paulin Utunji, who talked about the extroverted nature of intellectual activity among Africans, answering questions, other people's questions. We will take Prof. Jaka before we come to you. Prof. Jaka has his hand up.
Oh.
Here. Yes. And sorry, thank you, Prof. You talked about how do we now do this. You remind us there's an awareness at the postgrad level. How do we do this at the undergrad level, which should be the foundation for postgrad studies? I think that's a very fantastic point that you made there. We'll come to it. I was going to also appeal to you. I don't know. I was going to bribe you if, when you talk about multidisciplinary research, do you want to consider it in terms of non-disciplinary research as well? That's the new gospel I'm preaching now. Shall we talk a bit about, because in my thinking, multidisciplinary a priori accepts the disciplines. Non-disciplinary says, I'm not sure there are disciplines. But yeah, that's just my sermon in my church. I'll invite you one of these days. Prof. Jaka, over to you.
Thank you very much, facilitator. Apologize for coming a little bit late. I managed to get the VC's presentation. One of the, and I would say the main fundamental, of course, problem of humanity, it is always that of trying to maximize the benefit and minimize the cost. And all of us across, one could look at that as a general kind of a challenge and a principle in terms of how we're developing and how we are moving forward. These kinds of problems are referred in science, social science, and even natural science, the optimization kinds of problems. And speaking to the Faculty of Science, the scientist and mathematician, they will tell you that the father of calculus, to mention two of them, they will say it's Isaac Newton as well as Leibniz. And the calculus is really about the maximization and the minimization problems, the optimization problems. And I have said earlier, you will know that Sir Isaac Newton was born in 1643. And as early as 1400, the African were already building the Rondavel houses. And that we know. And today we know that whatever type of material you use in anything, if you want to get the maximum capacity of it, the maximum benefit. Now, for somebody to come with a formula in calculus in 1600 and be called the father of solving the optimization problem is really problematic. Scientists here, I'm talking to the Africans here. When you go home and our chiefs there distributing land, and you go around and pick your piece of land, it can be for free or it's sold. You know very well that your uncle will never take it kindly if you come back, if you had a choice to choose between those spaces, to choose a space and you choose a rectangular space instead of a square space. That's an old man who has never even done mathematics. But when you do the calculations, you find that really a square space is always bigger than a rectangular space for the same perimeter. How do they know? And these are the things we are trying to problematize, to say, yes, our forefathers may have not yet written, they have not written these things, but it's something that we need to seriously go back to look into. In terms of the suggestion for my mathematician colleagues, is that we know mathematics can be separated in two ways. There is mathematics as a finished product, which is what you are doing in terms of teaching. But you must really begin to look at mathematics in the making. Look at the problem. What was the social problem you are trying to solve? You cannot always come up with a mathematical problem which you cannot apply in reality. You're going to have a problem as far as that is concerned. Go back, look at the mathematics in the making. You must not worry to say this formula, it took 100 years to develop. In your classroom, it can take 20 minutes to start from the beginning and move straight up until you reach that, instead of always going for a finished product. Thank you very much. That is my suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Jacta. We will take one comment from Professor Sibanda, and then we will round up this session. We will take these questions as prompts for further engagement. We'll take these notes as prompts for further engagement, because there is a whole lot that we are already getting. I didn't know that a square space has more room than a rectangular space. I learned that right now. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah.
Thanks,
So I'm
Program
ready
Director.
for them when they call us at Ikaya to come and choose plots. Yeah.
Thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity. I'll be very quick. I wanted to respond to your point whether the existing knowledge systems should they continue, or maybe how do we approach them? I think I go back to that.
I actually mean existing disciplinary arrangement.
Yes. So I think we should approach it with an ontological view. So what I mean here is that we certainly these existing disciplinary arrangements, they are not helping us. You can see the challenges that they pose, which are ecological imbalances. You can see the issues of sustainability, even many of the social ills that are in economies or society. So certainly the status quo should not continue. But perhaps what we could do, I think earlier on you made a point of innovation. So we, in terms of what we already have, our localized knowledges, our indigenous knowledge systems, we could go back to those and also innovate and also maybe probably integrate them with the modern technologies as well, where possible and where it is beneficial. I think I'll stop here, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will round off this session in another 2 minutes or thereabouts. I just wanted to say, in terms of how we proceed with the program, we are in between two. We like to make use of the time as judiciously as possible, as religiously as it has been given to us, but we are also aware of the program as a guide. And my practice has been to not be too strict with enforcing um, uh, uh, limits to interventions. So if you find that, I want you to understand that it's deliberate. It's not a reckless, irresponsible thing. We would rather have go over some of the time segments a bit, as much as is controllable, than truncate people's thinking and people's comments. I hope you find that acceptable. But if you strongly, violently disagree with that, we can always negotiate. We'll talk about it later. So I just like to, Prof. Jakta, you've read C.K. Raju's Decolonizing Mathematics? You haven't? Oh, that's interesting, because he makes the arguments you make. He talks about formal maths and normal maths, and he critiques seriously. He's a very well-known Indian scholar. He critiques seriously the ascription to Newton and Leibniz of these basic mathematical formula. Yeah, I mean, well, we had, and people talk of the Newton's law of motion like Newton invented the law, like Newton invented gravity. I mean, they built the pyramids like 3,000 years ago. Yeah, and Newton's great grandfather, I'm sure, was not even didn't have a girlfriend then, even much less a wife. But I will try and get the details of that text. I think it's particularly useful for the more mathematically and physics minded colleagues in the room. He makes very powerful points. He's an Indian scholar. He's still alive. Um, and Prof. Siban, Prof. You also said something that our great grandfathers may not have written. So there are some of us in that area of debate who question our apparent total dependence on the written record. I do not see evidence why the written record should carry so much weight over the oral record. I do not see evidence, this is personal to me, why the oral record should be demeaned, should be devalued. Because the written record is the written record that says Newton invented the laws of motion. It's a false record. I actually think the written record has more power to make permanent that which is wrong than the oral record. Because when you begin to relay a false oral record, there's that uncle who's going to say, that's not what had happened. Ndlovu was here. We were here when that meeting happened. That's not what happened. But then the one who has a written record is going to take it to commissions of inquiry, is going to take it to courts, is going to be written into a law. It will be made permanent. Like the name, West Indies. It was a mistake. Those guys thought they were in the west of England, of India. But they wrote it down. And up till today, we call the place West Indies. It was a stupid mistake. They were not anywhere near India. But till today, those people still even call themselves the West Indies. Maybe if it had not been inked, maybe one Malume would have told them, Columbus was lost. This is not India. This is Jamaica. Yeah, man. Something like that. But we make that argument. And we also make the argument that part of decolonizing knowledge, part of contesting, problematizing the received disciplines is to recuperate the oral record, the oral account, and to give it its pride of place in the scheme of things. Thank you, Prof. Sibanda. You reminded us, you answered a very deep question I'm in my mind, where you said, because I know there are colleagues who think, what's the point of all of this? Then you did say that the status quo has very negative implications for sustainability, at least in the area of sustainability and our ecologies. And I think that should help some of us to think about why we may be having these conversations. Um, and I want to thank you, colleagues. It's gone 10 a.m. We were scheduled to have a tea break from 9:45 to 10:15. I think we can make use of the remaining 15 minutes to catch up with tea. Those of us who've not had tea, to make use of the bathroom, stretch our legs, and then we'll reconvene on time at 15 past 10 for the main presentation from Professor Sipo Siepe. Thank you very much, colleagues.
My sister comes out. I'll ask her to relax a bit. And you thought twice. No. Let me ask someone else. When you wanted the program. When you wanted the program.
seats as we proceed. In 1 minute or thereabouts, we will resume. I know Prof. Sepe doesn't like this all the time, but I think it's part of my job. We are now going to have the main presentation for today. It's going to be given by Professor Sipho Siepe, who is a higher education and strategy consultant. Not too long ago, he was Deputy Vice Chancellor, Institutional Support here at the University of Zululand. He is a physicist by training and holds master's degrees in physics from the University of the Witwatersrand and in technology and education from Harvard University in the US. He also holds a PhD from the University of the Northwest. He's a recipient of several scholarships, including the Harvard Fellowship and the Senior Research Fulbright Fellowship. Before returning to the academy, Professor Siepe served as a special advisor in a number of ministries, including public service and administration, human settlements, communications, and defense and military veterans. He's a former associate political editor and columnist for the Mail and Guardian, and his scholastic contribution includes a 2022 book titled Unmasking the Politics of Mass Deception, published by African Century Editions, Cape Town. It also includes Tertiary Institutional Transformation in South Africa, Revisited in 2020. Professor Sipho Siepe is our facilitator for today. He is here, and it's my pleasure to hand the podium over to him. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Pume. I usually like to have only one line of introduction because sometimes these things they sound like obituaries. So I still have intentions to be around, stay around. Yeah. And Professor Song, it is always history. He was, and so many, so. But anyway, I'm glad that we made it, and also thank you, Professor Akume, for the holding forth in terms of introductions. I left Johannesburg this morning. It was freezing cold, and you come here, it's unbearably hot. So it's one of those things that you must adjust. And the dean of the faculty, I heard from the grapevine that you gave a quite and very inspiring and motivational presentation. Fortunately, these things are recorded. I'm going to see that. But now that there have been 3 people who have said that, there's a reason to believe that that is actually true. So I do not doubt that, but I will look at it also for my own benefit. I also have with me my partners in crime, that includes Professor Moyo, who has actually written the document that is there to be read. And the input as we move forward becomes critical. But before I go into the discussion around the politics of knowledge, I thought it would be important to recapture some of the salient points that were presented by the Vice Chancellor's recording. And she starts by locating her presentation within the strategic positioning of the university, that this university that has committed itself to becoming a node for African thought. And she argues that as we move into this, we need to peer deep into the disciplinary positionalities that define our business as academics, the disciplinary practices, positionalities that define our academic discourse. And she says this is important because if we are going to be advancing the idea of a note for African thought, that will require people who are going to be evangelists. And she used the word that the Marxists like, that academics here will have to be in the vanguard. So there's an issue of vanguardism, that you need to be 10 steps ahead of the people who are going to talk. So this is not simply talking about showing how knowledgeable she is. She says there is a purpose that we need to be advanced to be able to deal. She mentions these are words that we'll be using quite a lot, to be able to deal with the epistemic violence of the global north. And of course, any engagement, especially as a form of struggle, will require that you should have the tools. So some of the tools that we'll be talking about in academia are words, are concepts. And epistemic violence is one of those. The notion of the empire, notion of coloniality. Our colleague who's based in Germany, who's now nomadic, he said, talks about that we must embrace the vocabulary of change. So you cannot talk about change without having that vocabulary that empower you. So that when you talk about that, there must be a certain form of that you're speaking intelligently. I mean, Professor Jaka was actually showing you a little bit about his expertise when we talked about mathematics. And I was saying to Professor Moyo that what he's saying in simpler words is that it is not only enough to study mathematics. We must start doing mathematics. And what it means that we must start mathematizing. And it is only in the act of mathematizing that you will have the new mathematics. But most of us have just been students of physics, students of biology, and all that, and regurgitate and mimic what is done. But we never, I mean, this is why, here's something very interesting. We have not produced scholars who are worthy of what you call cutting edge thinking in the sciences, despite the fact that we've been free for the last, or politically free for the last 60 years. And you have to ask why. And there's a group of people, quite a small number of people, who are always dominant in producing cutting edge. But that is the subject of another paper. But I will prescribe a book called Startup Nation. If you read that book, it's very profound about people who were exiled for over 2,000 years and who are now giving us problems. But it's a very interesting book to read. Then when we talk about the positionality of academic disciplines, which the VC was talking about, is that it is very important and it's easier, as the dean had almost pointed out. In the sciences, it has been very easy for us to understand that the disciplines in themselves are inadequate. And the reason is very simple, Professor Akpome, because nature does not present us with nicely packaged problems for us to come up with nicely packaged solutions. When you look at the recent crisis of COVID, it required a number of disciplines to participate, from the social theorists, social scientists, to guys in mathematics, to guys in the laboratories and all that, to be able to deal with that, because that compartmentalization. So in the sciences, it has been very the disciplines, or the what you call the natural sciences. And of course, there could be an argument there that at least those who are not in the natural sciences have been more open to being able to be creative, to produce, and to sophisticate, and to complicate our lives. But the point is, we need to understand the disciplines as simply distinct entities that make up certain knowledge. But what they do is that they cement a particular way, forms of inquiry and theoretical outlooks. It's very important to understand that these disciplines even tell you what is acceptable. So it is about they are called disciplines because they discipline you. You are disciplined. You are shamboked if you go off the trail. And what we are saying is that if we're going to become a notion and a node for African thought, it is very important that we are sufficiently armed to wage that struggle, because it is about running away from the plantation that has socialized us to see the world only with one lens, as if all other ways of seeing do not matter. So that is what we call a revolutionary take that the VC was putting. And in anticipation of the struggles, she says you need to understand that it is a case of almost like fixing something, a car, while you are driving, which is not going to be easy, because these disciplines, they have community of scholars who will also discipline you to say this is what is allowed, because that's how we deal with issue of accreditation. I mean, Professor Brown is not here, and he had a way of putting it nicely to say, if we're going to talk about creating a node for African thought, we need to understand that there are a number of levels in which we must engage. One, it is at the policy level. When the CHE says we want this, how do you engage that intelligently to be able to say, but we are structuring differently? But the key concepts. I mean, for instance, if you take a history, if you go to the US, you look at what they consider history. It's simply history of Americans. But the concepts of history are there. Doesn't, and you go to Germany, they'll tell you about their own history, and also exclude the other histories that involve them, because it will be embarrassing. But the point is that they will decide what. But the point what that one is putting across is that it's very important to understand that in moving this way, there'll be arguments that have to be taken at the policy level, at the high level, at these structures that police you to behave in a particular way. And that's what, one of the things that the VC was making, that there's a community of scholars who serve, and structures that serve as a thought police, you know, that if you think this way, will punish you. You'll never become a professor, Professor Janka. But until, I mean, when I did my PhD many years ago, which I now don't even understand, but I remember quarreling with my professor when one of the external examiners came to tell me that they're not happy with the following. And I wanted to argue. And my professor supervisor said, look, I want you to do as he says and get your PhD and get out of my life. And after that, after you've gotten a PhD, you can go into these quarrels. You know, but the point is, this is what you are disciplined. So what the VC was saying, you must understand that your struggle, this is a new form of struggle. It's an intellectual struggle. So that will require that you must know how you engage. And of course, what I did, I decided to accept what the external examiner said, and begrudgingly so. And I'd hoped that once I got my PhD, I'll deal with him. And I still have not dealt with him, you know. But anyway, the point is, it is you are disciplined. So what the VC was saying is that if you are going to embark on this, you must understand that there are rules of engagement that you have to find, and that's why people like Professor Moyo and Professor Kacheni Pume talk about insurgent scholarship. The scholarship that is willing to listen and somehow succeed in infecting the body in such a way that you shape it to look at to become something else. So you need to understand that. And as I said, I'm pleased at least say that in this engagement of ours, there's something that makes it easier, because in the sciences we have realized that the mere compartmentalization that we've adopted is inadequate to solve our problems. Now, uh, coming back to the presentation, I just wanted to pick up on the VC's submission. It's also good to always hear other people, because what she has done, she has also sophisticated us, or should have done so, into understanding that this is not an easy thing. It's a new struggle. And Professor Vilagazi was passed on, said, if we thought the political struggle was hard, wait until you see the intellectual and the cultural struggle. Because it is at that struggle that you define who you are. You allow yourself not to be defined by others. You start writing your own stories. And one of the things about stories is that Africans, despite having spent so many years, when you come and look at who writes your story, it is not you. You are just an informant. You look at who wrote the book about Nelson Mandela. It is not him. You look at all our stalwarts. It's people writing about them to an extent that they read themselves. Oh, is this really me? You know, did I do that? Did I say that? But because part of the training is to make us inadequate, even in telling our own stories. This is why there's always a prescription, even Professor Akume, around the issues of development. What does development mean? You know, so we are not in charge. And of course, if you are a Marxist, you'll know that one of the things that Marx said is that the ruling ideas at any time are those of the ruling class, and the class with that controls the material production also controls the intellectual production. So until you enter that space, and of course the Nigerians who talk will tell you about that. For as long as the the lions do not tell the stories, the story of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. So the notion of writing your own story. So this is really an exercise. This is about preparing us to be able to write our own story. For right now, we are always defined in negative terms, even by a black government. We are told that we are disadvantaged, you know, and we behave like people who are disadvantaged. We behave like one of the things that you find about the black people, they are always perpetual students. What are you doing? I'm studying. You guys, what are you doing? I'm doing my third doctorate. And you have a guy with only matric who's white and has far greater confidence than a person with a PhD or 3 PhDs, because the type of education that they get is the education that empowers them. So what we are doing is we are also engaged in the disruption. If you read the white paper 1997 on higher education, it talks about making sure that where a guy with a master's has to report to a guy with only matric, and another one with the master's has to report to, you know. But the point that the guy who has only birth certificate can speak with authority, with a sense of social confidence. So we are saying we need to reverse that, and this is what the Note for African Thought, among other things, is supposed to achieve, to reclaim our humanity. But later today, I'm going to talk about the the project of the dehumanization. So the idea is we are no longer going to define ourselves as disadvantaged. We are going to, I give people an example that when I worked there for Professor Nkondo at the University of Venda many years ago, about more than 20 years ago, probably it's going towards 30 years. I had a friend who was asking, where's Venda? And I said to this fellow that no, it's a 500 kilometers from Johannesburg. And Professor Nkondo corrected me, said, no, Johannesburg is 500 kilometers from Venda. But what you are saying is that the center is where you are. So what I was doing, I was putting myself in the periphery without thinking, but the way you say it, these words, also tells you about how you locate yourself. So if you see yourself as disadvantaged, other people will see you as disadvantaged. And again, going back to our people, even without degrees, with degrees, they still are perpetual students. They're forever studying. They never even become experts in what they get. So it becomes very important to simply, it's about the affirmation. Thank you. The affirmation of, hey guys, this place is hot. I can't believe it. Is it the Richards Bay or is it just generally KZN? Yeah, anyway, that's me. Yeah, then, so our objective here is what we have put there. And I think you need to take that so that you understand. It's almost like the vision and what our business is going to be, to transform UniZulu into an authentic African university where epistemologists of the global south and the indigenous African knowledges are privileged. But there's a notion of what we call authentic African university. And it's put there deliberately to make a distinction between universities in Africa and the African universities. And we are also saying, and this also comes also from the policy environment at a high level of government. And this is why when we launched the Note for African Thought, we invited the minister. We're saying it will be our contribution to the broader struggle for the total emancipation of African people. So we don't see ourselves as simply free floating in space. This idea does not just come by accident. It's part of the ongoing struggle for total emancipation of African people, in the same way that other people are able to enter the world, not as junior partners. They are able to enter the world as first class citizens, not as fourth class, fifth class citizens, as we often see our people. I mean, you see that at the national level, where when our presidents, when they went to the funeral of the Queen, they were all bundled into a bus. But all other presidents, they came up with their own uh, systems of support. But then when you don't take yourself seriously, you find yourself being bundled like that. And some of them were very happy to be in the bus. But anyway, now I thought I should signpost this. In the strategic document of the university which you should all have. One of the interesting things that if you ask academics what the strategic objectives of the university, I can tell you many of them will fail. They don't know. Actually, we are in the business of ideas. We are knowledge workers. And it becomes very important that we become aware and apply ourselves of what you call the strategic documents and vision of the university. And this discussion arose in this workshop out of that strategic document, where we are looking at establishing this as a note of African thought. And ever since, there have been a number of steps. After the university adopted the document, we moved to the next level. We hosted the first inaugural conference, and out of which came a book, which is very profound, and that I think it should be mandatory for every staff member. Like if you join any company, I mean, I've been to a number of companies. The first thing that you do, you are given the documents of the company so that you know what they are all about. But here, people just come in and they just teach whatever. No, let's say they just go and regurgitate whatever they've learned. It is something else that we must be careful about the words we use. So anyway, we had the conference and the book came out of that. And then we decided to say it is not enough. The idea of starting a movement is to take those first steps. Then that was followed by last year, 2023, the university hosted a workshop on what we call coloniality of knowledge as part of the strategic plan. And early this year, we had a discussion at the level of executive management, where we were talking about teasing so that every member, every leader at this university should be able to speak with authority around these issues. But then it became very important that it cannot be left at that level. It had to percolate to the level of departments and faculties. This is why you guys are here. So so what we're doing is not something that is by accident. It's by design. So we are moving. And then I'm also mentioning this because Professor Moyo, Professor Kpome, and other colleagues internationally will be collaborating. They don't know that. I'm just told them now. And I've told them publicly. They'll be collaborating in producing a course that every staff member at this university will have to take. It will be a course that if you're going to teach here, and you want to be promoted, you must have gone through that. You know how you guys have also gone through the postgraduate diploma in education. It's also, we are going to pitch it at that level, that if we are serious about doing something, then it must also be shown in terms of how we invest, how we deploy our resources. You don't just say, let's do this, and then you do nothing. Things don't happen by miracle. They must be systemically, they must be designed, and there must be follow-ups. So that's where I thought I should indicate that to you. Then there's a conference which is coming later this year, as a follow-up to the 2022 conference, because that was an inaugural conference, but it's also about positioning ourselves internationally. We already have high-profile scholars who are coming in the last quarter of this year, and you are actually being invited to be part of that conference to position the university. And let me also indicate what the university is doing, as you'll discover when you read the book based on that, is has never been done by any university in the continent. There been efforts by individuals, by groups who are located at universities who want to pursue the idea of transforming the curriculum. But what has tended to happen, if I were to talk about my alma mater, the University of Witwatersrand, is that they created an African Studies department. If you go to to UCT, the same. You go to all over, but it's almost like creating a ghetto. So that all these guys who want to talk about these things, put them in there. But if you are serious, you make sure that that view becomes institutional. In the same way that Eurocentrism is institutional, it's systemic. So if when you take yourself seriously, you'll have to also act as somebody who's very serious. So this is not going to be something that Professor Moyo is going to do in his corner, and then now and then we'll go and check what are you doing, Prof. It will be something that is so. The conference, you are invited to it, and also the course that I've already implicated Professor Moyo and Akume to be part of will be designed, and there are already moves. But what has been encouraging is that as I was looking at who else is thinking along this way, I found that there are many universities who are already talking about this. Strangely, they're not in Africa. They are actually in Europe, where they are also questioning the type of knowledge system, whether it is enough. Actually, Professor Ndlovu Gacheni talks about they are worried about what they consider to be the exhaustion of knowledge. And let me give you just a glimpse of what he means by that. Is that the type of knowledge that we have seems to be inadequate in terms of dealing with modern day challenges. I mean, COVID-19 took us by surprise. And yet we have scholars in the biological sciences, in chemistry, in whatever, but they couldn't even anticipate that. So this failure to anticipate the crisis is that which these people call exhaustion of knowledge. Of knowledge. The same applies to the financial crisis in 2008, which also caused a total reset in terms of the economy, where almost 8 different countries in Europe had to be bailed out because they could not deal with the impact of that crisis. But yet we have economists who could not even anticipate or be able to say, no, this is actually coming. Professor Chaka, because you've done mathematics, I was told the difference between a mathematician and an economist. They say, when you ask a mathematician what is 2 plus 2, they will not blink. They'll say it's 4. And when you ask an accountant, he says it's 4. Take a give and take a bit. But when you ask an economist, he looks at you He closed the door, checks who's listening, closed the window, and asked, "What do you want it to be?" But the point is that we're talking about the exhaustion, that the people no longer even can talk with a certain level of certainty that this will or not happen. You know, so the so you have all these crises that are happening all at the same time, and they lead to a questioning. I mean, one of the governors, the governor of this true story of Britain, Reserve Governor, when he was asked, I think his name is King, Mervyn King, when he was asked about the financial crisis, he explained how it happened, and he was relieved from the job. They said, "Your job is not to tell us how it happened, is to prevent it." So if we're no longer able to prevent the crises that we see, that are all coming at a fast pace, climate change, you name it, then you have to talk about the exhaustion of knowledge. And then this has led some people to start looking at various uh, uh, areas of knowledge. I mean, I know the Americans in the medical field who had descended on places like Eastern Cape, where they're studying a lot of medicine, traditional medicine, to try to understand the science behind that. And part of it is because they realize that what they have is exhausted. They need something new. So we are going to have this conference, and you're going to be invited. But the long and short of it is that this is not something that is small. It's part of the broader agenda for total emancipation of African people. And secondly, it's also about the reclaiming our right to think, not to be thought for, not to be spoken on behalf. Something that the activist in gender says, nothing about us without us. So that is, so today, the whole idea is to touch base on contemporary politics of knowledge. And tomorrow we'll be dealing with how knowledge is colonized. And then the last one will be the history of decolonization and lessons for UniZulu and the faculty. There's a reason why that's why I'm saying that when we do this, there is a purpose. It is not for you to come here and listen to these guys and think it's going to be over. This is about creating a certain heightened consciousness around these issues, so that when you move and we said, here's a course, you know what's in it for you. But as I say, we're trying to create scholars. I mean, I would advise you to go and read people who have changed the way of thinking in the world. One is the Frankfurt School that dealt with critical theory, a group of academics and scholars who decided to look at the critical theory and became champions. You go to a university where Professor Pume, were you at Ibadan 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? Ibadan. There's a school of history at Ibadan who they revolutionized how we should look at history in Africa. And you also had another enclave in the Dar es Salaam. And when I was in the US about 40 years ago, I had people talk about black guys and white scholars and say, when I say I'm from Africa, I say, man, have you been to the Dar School? And I ask, what is a Dar School? Then I discovered that no, the Dar School was a school of sociology in Dar es Salaam, which made the black people to start thinking, or Africans to think differently around the notion of economic development. It is that school that produced people like Walter Rodney, who wrote the book How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And the person that Professor Apume was suggesting that I'll talk about, who died a few months ago, Pauline Hotunji, talks about the intellectual underdevelopment of Africans. Walter already talked about how Europe underdeveloped Africa. What Hutunji did was to extend that to say how Africa remains intellectually underdeveloped, with Africans as participants in that intellectual underdevelopment. I'll talk to that tomorrow. That even where we talk about our PhDs and all that, but we were engaged in the intellectual underdevelopment of Africa, which also translates to the underdevelopment of Africa despite the political freedoms. So, as a roadmap, I'll move with great speed on the contemporary politics of knowledge. Then tomorrow we'll deal with how knowledge is colonized, because you cannot talk about decolonization without talking about colonization. You cannot talk about coloniality without talking about colonialism. And when we talk about coloniality, we're talking about coloniality of power. We're talking about coloniality of knowledge. We're talking about coloniality of being. We're talking about the biology of reason. We're talking about the geography of reason. So these are some of the tools that will become important as we proceed. But then the last day is, what does this have to do with what you do? Say, what are the lessons? Because this struggle is not a struggle that started now. It started as soon as the African was dehumanized. From the moment when some people declared themselves that they will be your perpetual masters, that's when the struggle for decolonization started. So we look at what the people in this area call the different decolonial turns, but I call them moments of heightened political consciousness, when Africans began to say, no, we got to deal with this issue. Now, when it comes to contemporary politics of knowledge, Kacheni argues that some of the questions that we thought were already dealt with and closed are now resurfacing. And I'm not going to deal with that. It's more about what is the connection between identity and knowledge. What is the place of geography in knowledge? What is the connection between ideology and knowledge? And these are things that when we take this course, we'll be able to deal with those much more sharper. And for each one of these, there's also material. When we say there's going to be a course, Professor Moyo wanted to know whether he'll have to take the course. And I understood the question. He wanted to know whether there's a pass or fail. But the course will be offered. That's all I can say. How it's going to find the material expression, it will be something else. There might be the need to repeat, but I think there'll be kindness to people who are already in the sunset of their lives. But let me start with Ngugi wa Thiong'o. It says, and this is important because if we don't do a proper diagnosis, we'll end up with a incorrect solution. And the Ngugi says the prescription of the correct cure is dependent on a rigorous analysis of the reality. That's why we're saying that before you can talk about decoloniality, you must talk about colonialism. You must talk about how it manifests itself in different aspects. And if you now have that, let me actually, for Professor Songa, who's in the research, we always say, this is what we are also saying in defense, but it's something that we borrowed from the medical field, that when somebody is unwell, the person needs to have a proper medication, the appropriate one. You see, you can't say when you have a problem you come up with a solution that is different. Like say, I'm hungry, therefore I'm going to run. There's no relationship. It's not going to solve the problem, you know. So the appropriateness of the solution is very important. If you've got a headache, then you must get something that will deal with the headache, not something that will create other problems. I mean, just because something is prescribed does not mean it's appropriate one. So the notion of the first A is they must be appropriate. Then the second A is that it must be adequate. And the doctors will tell you that no, look, you must take this 3 times a day for 5 days. But if you take it for 2 days, it may not address your problem. So the notion of appropriate and also adequate is important. But then there's the last one. It must be affordable. You know, because it doesn't matter if it's appropriate, is adequate, but you don't have the money. You'll just be looking at the solution, but you'll never be cured. So then, you know, so what Ngugi is simply saying is that we need to also approach it like a scientist to say, but here's a person who made us to understand to what other people thought about us. This what Ian Smith, Professor Moyo, the two Moyos here, this is your former prime minister. Just to remind you what he said, that I would say colonialism is a wonderful thing. It spread civilization to Africa. Before it, they had no written language, no wheel as we know it, no schools, no hospitals, not even normal clothing. Unquote. That's the former prime minister of Rhodesia, not Zimbabwe. And of course, you know that there are other people in this country who also think that you should be very happy that you were colonized. But the simple description of colonialism is offered by, but this is more basic. Simply to say it's a policy or practice of acquiring full or partial political control. You acquire partial because there are some places where they are partially colonized, where there's a partial political control over another country. Then you also you occupy it with settlers. You know, there's something called settlerism, which is what we have in South Africa. We have settlerism. Other places in Africa, they were colonized, but there were no settlers. So there are a few countries in the continent, about the 4 countries where there was settlers, people who remained, you know, but in other places, the control was, by remote control. I mean, if you talk to the different coups that are taking place in the Mali and all that, you don't have settlerism there, you know, but but it's about exploitation. The notion is you occupy, you displace, but the intention is to exploit. So, and even our economy, but which will come later, is that our economy is still the economy that is based on colonial pattern that was there from in 1652. But for those of us who had a bit of engagement with history, we know that the problems of Africa started in earnest or were perfected in earnest in 1885 in Berlin. And Professor Songa, I went there to go and see what those guys were talking about when they were talking about us. When they were parceling that, no, you Portugal, you'll take this, German, you'll take this one, Britain, you seem to have occupied quite many, and but you let us go. You know, there was a discussion about this project of colonialism, but a careful understanding of colonialism is also to understand that it was a death project. There was a decision on that people will die and how many of them will die. So it's when you talk about colonialism, we must not take it lightly. There was a genocide attached to it, beyond simply the objective of total exploitation. So you'll see how this also comes to the knowledge we produce. But we must understand that it involved war, violence, extremism, say it again? Yeah, extractivism, where the idea was to extract resources, both human and otherwise. And also, we continue to have that. But the Fanon, if you read the Record of the Earth, put it much more simpler to say, when you think about colonialism, think about it as simply a violent encounter. That there was violence between or perpetrated against the colonized. But this violence, for colonialism to succeed, it also had to be sustained by violence. So you can't oppress people and then think that you can just go that no, you guys are oppressed, you are going to behave like that. But after that, what you need to do, you sustain the violence, but then you also sustain what they call epistemic violence. This is what the VC was talking about, that what we need to do also to deal with another form of violence, the violence at the level of the mind. There was a violence at the level of the body. And in a sense, it created that notion of what Mamie calls the colonizer and the colonized. But within colonialism and this violence, the intention was to dehumanize. You remember when I said it's a death project? And the notion of dehumanization is to make sure that Black people understand that they're not human, they are subhuman. That it was necessary to degrade the natives to an extent that the natives get used to being degraded. And we see the manifestation of a degraded. I mean, if you want to study here, you will not want to go to University of Zululand, because in your mind, which has been degraded, you don't think expertise comes from. I mean, it's a thought system of subjugation that even the victims themselves start believing in it. I mean, when I was teaching at Vista many years ago in the early 80s, my students had a problem when I had to sign their admission forms, because in their mind, a physics lecturer had to be a gaunt, tall, thin, white man. So here they find a young Black person who wants to sign, and for them, I must have been my place should have been in gardening, you know. But the point is that they were socialized into thinking that being a scientist, you have to look this way. But you can understand the epistemic violence that has happened to them, that they cannot even think about their own as. I mean, I had a friend who was a brilliant guy. And when I told him that my professor was white, was Black, the first question that he asked me is that, is he intelligent? Because even for him, in his world, he cannot fathom a Black person being intelligent. But the point is that he has now been exposed to that reality. So you can't blame him, because he is basing that on his reality, you know. So, not only was there a dehumanization in terms of the pain that was visited on the African people, but there were institutions that were also trying to prove that Black people are inadequate. I mean, almost all major universities in America were implicated in this project. My own alma mater, Harvard, has acknowledged as much. where they would argue they had to find something to justify why you should be treated that way. They looked at the shape of your head. I said, no, but this head can be intelligent. You know. But I'm talking about, I'm not, these are not imaginings. These are, you can go and study the science of racism. It's there, and it is now you have institutions that are acknowledging that. You know, look at the University of Kiel. They have a course on decolonization. Look at the Warwick University. They have a course on that. Look at the School of Oriental and African Studies. They all do the number of people who are, and you know why they did that? It's also because of all of them relate to what happened in Cape Town, with the roads must fall, with the fees must fall. They say that made them to start rethinking, because remember, when the statue was removed, road statues were also removed in the UK, because there was a reawakening of saying that the what we have done, this epistemic violence cannot continue if we're going to try to create a world where people are human beings. So it is a cry for justice that young people were also raising in at the UCT, to say, how can we read about this man who has done so much to destroy Africans? And then you have black scholars, some of them vice chancellors, having no problem with the statue. It took young people to change that. It didn't take the educated blacks, because actually the most colonized Africans are the educated Africans. But the point is, the young people rebelled against that, and that reverberated worldwide. And then that was also linked to what happened in the United States. What you call when George Floyd was killed, daylight. And some people still wanted to explain that maybe he was a drug addict. I mean, that brutal killing that led to what you call Black Lives Matter is also what created. But you can see now the crisis of knowledge. What type of education produces people who can actually do that? A man is down, he's got a knee on his neck, and you are pressing, he's even calling for his mother, but you continue. You ask, what type of education produces that? This is when you talk about the knowledge that dehumanizes, that makes it normal. I mean, apartheid existed for the same reason. So when we talk about this, we're talking about these are existential issues. They're not nice things to say, no, let's talk about decolonization. Oh, it's very interesting talk. We're talking about the pain. I mean, there are studies that are done for young people where a young child is asked to look at the doll, and they choose that doll, and they will prefer a white doll than a black doll. When you have kids who ask their parents to say, daddy or mommy, when am I going to turn white? When they're busy scrubbing themselves, because all they're talking about is an existential reality of pain, the pain of being black, the pain of being African. So this is not just, this is why when we talk about this is about the total emancipation of African people, so that even in their psyche, they should not think that they are children of a lesser God. So that's why we pitch this at this level, so that it's not a nice thing to have. You know, like when people have African Studies department in the corner, that is a nice thing to have. You know, if Professor Siepe comes and complains, so, oh no, Prof, no, come, let's show you. We even put a building there, you know. But the whole education is a education that promotes white supremacy. And if we can't tell these truths at universities, then we have no business calling ourselves a university. A university is a place where we ask and we raise uncomfortable questions, where we talk about the realities. That's what the university is supposed to be. And of course, people, Professor Moyo, the younger one, you should know that in the sciences, people like Galileo, what happened to them for telling the truth, you know. So the truth is not always going to set you free, you know. It might take out your life, you know. But anyway, let's deal with the dehumanization. Now, here's the important thing that you must remember why the project of colonialism had to involve dehumanization, why you had to be seen as a subhuman. Is part of the project. You had to become, I mean, if you read The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon says, because it allows the colonizer to escape the contradictions between what they consider to be values of equality and democracy. But if, I mean, little children, I mean, I know a friend of mine who happens to be white, and she said she used to ask the question to her parents, why are black people treated this way? And the parents had to explain that no, it's because they're not like us. They are not like us. I mean, there's an article that I wrote many years ago. I put it called "It's a Dog's Life." What it showed, Professor Moyo, you might have seen those if you travel the rural areas like Northwest and all that, is that if you have a white guy in a bakkie and he goes to the bakkie followed by a dog and a black man, the dog knows that he's going to sit in front, and the black person knows that he's going to sit at the back. And and as things would happen one day at the dean, there was an accident, and the white man died. No, it is not a black person who made him to die. You know, it was an accident. It just so when the police came, they asked the black person what happened. He says, no, all he heard was a loud sound, but the dog saw everything. Because, but it shows the lunacy. But what I'm saying that the dog, I can tell you, the dogs know. As soon as they go and they sit in front, and the black person knows he's going to sit there. That's a reality. And I wrote an article about that because I mean I saw that, then I just had to write about that is dog's life. I mean I expect that if it was my party, the dog would be at the back. It's as simple as that. But the issue here about colonialism, you had to be able to explain why you meet that type of treatment to black people. Why if you understand the history of America, it was built on people who were fleeing away from the tyranny of the monarchy. That's why the concept of liberty and equality became so important. But then they had to answer the question, if you subscribe to these values of equality, why are these people enslaved? Why are they treated this way? Why is it okay that you can wake up in the morning, come from church, and say, no, I need to lynch a black person? And black people were lynched. Not long ago. Even today, they're still shot. I mean, we have a professor who came here to give a paper, and when I paid him a visit in Atlanta, he says, no, he doesn't drive. I said, what do you mean? He said, my wife drives. I asked him why. He says, because here, as a black person, if the police stop you and say, raise your hand, they can start shooting. They do shoot without you having done anything. I mean, you have the videos, even black women get shot. I mean, if you don't believe it, just go Google an unarmed black woman shot by the police or an unarmed black man shot by the police. I mean, we had a guy who came from here who was also shot. He was playing some sports, just a rugby here, Yeah, Skaweni. I mean, he thought it's America, and America showed him that it's America. You know. So these are things. So when we talk about this, we're talking about the education that is not serving humanity. You know, but the point is two things. If you forget everything that I've said, the issue of dehumanization was part of the project of colonialism because it explains away why people could treat black people the way. So it's to make them feel that no, but they're not like us, so we don't feel that bad. Secondly, it's they had to explain why would you then go and kill. I mean, in America, they talk about collateral damage. They target somebody, and then they end up killing a lot of people. I say, no, it's collateral damage. So you have to be able to explain those things. But if they're not like us, they can be collateral. But the most important one is that it had to teach the oppressed that in time they'll internalize the dehumanization, and where they would also their sense of self gets destroyed. So you need to understand, and this is what has happened. It's a destruction of the sense of self of those who are oppressed. So those were the main two projects of why you were dehumanized. And I'm not going to go through this, but just to mention what Mrs. S said about responding to the likes of Ian Smith, who says colonialism was very good for black people. It says the motives of colonizers were neither evangelization nor a philanthropic enterprise, nor a desire to push back the frontiers of ignorance and tyranny, nor a project undertaken for the glory of God, nor an attempt to extend the rule of law. So, greed was one of the main motives of colonizers. And the effect, remember what Fanon says, that ultimately you had to make sure that after sustained oppression of a black person, they start understanding that that is where they are located. And Biko in this country wrote about what he saw as what has happened to African people. And I think one of the books that you must read before you die is I Write What I Like. And that book will, and Biko, if you talk to some of the people who were there with him, one is Jeff Patlander. Jeff Patlander is one of the most senior advocates in this country, who was they were part of INUSAS. And he says they, as white liberals, were bewildered by Biko's arguments because they saw themselves as do-gooders, as white people who are there to be good to black people. But Biko spends time talking about the do-gooders. But and he says it is liberating. I mean, you should read. There's a book called "Bounds of Possibility" by Pichana and Mampela Rampela. Bounds of Possibility. Patlander writes in that book about what it meant for him as a white person. But he says in the end it was liberating because he says they had become so used to speaking on behalf of the blacks. Now, for some reason, blacks started saying we want to speak for ourselves. That's what the black consciousness philosophy was all about. That we no longer want white people who are good and do things for us while they continue to benefit from the privilege of apartheid. So he writes now, he says, what apartheid did and colonialism did was to produce this type of black person. So the type of black man we have today has lost his manhood, reduced to an obliging shell. He looks with awe at the white power structure and accepts what he reads as the inevitable position. Celebrated achievement by whites in the field of science, which he understands only hazily, served to make him rather convinced of the futility of resistance and to throw away any hope that change may ever come. I'll leave it there. I grew up under those conditions. During my time as a young person, I never thought there'll actually be a moment when it will be free. Because all I did was to look at the white power structure. Look at, and I lived in a place where there was not far a military installation, where you see all these huge machines, flying machines. We used to call them Spitfires. And then you know that it's not going to happen in my lifetime. But that's what, because that you are reduced to an obliging shell and you accept the inevitable position that freedom will never come in your lifetime. And as I say, I happen to serve under a minister whose father served many years in Robben Island. And she says to me, every day I woke up, I always thought of my father, who is being dehumanized, wearing short pants, just to dehumanize them. And I made sure that every day is a day that I'll dedicate to make sure that he's free in my lifetime. So when we talk about these things, we're not imagining things. I mean, I went to school. I mean, one of my classmates in primary, Professor Moyo, he wrote a book called They Planted Us. I had the privilege of writing the foreword. And the book, he looks at how we grew up in primary. And then he looks at the turning point for him was 1976. And he left the country for exile. And 18 years later, I met him in the US. And he came back in 1994. So he looks at he decided to periodize this story about growing up under apartheid, growing up, And then another professor that I recruited when I was at the University of Venda was based in Canada. He was in the same grouping as Dikgang Moseneke. They left at the age of 15. And when I recruited him, he was at the age of 50. And what he said was he has just realized that he cannot stay in South Africa. The first 10 years he spent was in the UK, where he managed to get high school. But they were living in the streets, and a number of them died from drugs. And then he ended up in Germany, where he spent about 15 years, and where he got his doctorate. But he says even after 15 years in Germany, when I finished, the Germans asked me, "When are you leaving?" And then he went to Canada. And he says within 2 years, Canada gave him a citizenship. But when he came back home and discovered the damage that apartheid has done to us, he says, he struggled enough, he's not going to struggle again. And he simply said, you need to understand that I've lived my life more outside my home. I just wanted to come to the gravesite. So these are the stories that you'll never find in our education. And what we are, and yet you will read about the Holocaust and other Holocausts, but you'll never even read about your own story. And it's deliberate. And we are in higher education. We can't even prescribe Sobukwe. We can't even prescribe Biko. So in a sense, we are what colonialism had intended. So we are damaged people. This is what you need to understand. That in as much as you'll be driving that beautiful car, you'll be speaking good English, you're damaged because you can't even tell your story. I mean, Gabe Mahomola, who we invited here to give a presentation, I knew him only as a banker. He worked for Chase Manhattan in New York, and he came back here, started the African Bank. But it was when I saw him fraternizing with the likes of Mandela and all that, then I asked him, "Where do you know this guy from?" Because I knew him as a New Yorker. He came with a American accent and all that. And he says, "No, actually, Mandela found me in Robben Island." And he wrote a book, which you must get. It's another book that is worth reading. I think we might have it in the library. Robben Island to Wall Street. So he moved from Robben Island to go and run one of the big banks in Wall Street. He's one of the guys we gave an honorary doctorate here a few years ago. We're not doing it deliberately, but those books and his book, he wrote. It took him 4 years to write that book, and he says every night he went to bed, he'll be crying. I've never read any book that is so authentic about the experience of being black and young. And at the age of 15, you're already in the prison cells. At the age of 18, he was already in Robben Island. And the Seneke was in Robben Island at the age of 15. That's how brutal the system was. So, but what is most shocking is the epistemic violence we sustain against the young Africans in not showing. This is why they not appreciate the freedoms that they have. The gift of freedom, they can't appreciate it because they are prevented from having access to these pages of history, knowledge, and all that. So when we talk about making this African a note for African thought, we're talking about the excavating all those stories. It's about reclaiming ourselves. But when you are a slave and you're used to being a slave, even when you are told that there's freedom, you are the first to resist it. Say, where's the better place than this? So Biko continues. Says, all in all, the black man has become a shell, a shadow of man, completely defeated, drowning in his own misery, a slave and ox bearing the yoke of oppression with sheepish timidity. This is the first truth, bitter as it may seem, that we have to acknowledge before we can start on any program to change the status quo. Professor Moyo, I'm about to get into the notion of the anti-colonial struggles in education, but I see our fellow traveler, Professor Apume, is threatening me with notes. What do I do? Do I reject that with the contempt it deserves, or? Professor Kwame, you'll never have this free education of history. So will you give me 10 minutes, then I'm done. A quick one. When you, I mean, this is stuff that you, there's, and I must say, who's fellow in Nigeria who wrote questioning the periodization of colonialism? Eke, is it the? Yeah, he's this work comes from him, because remember the Nigerian scholars at Ibadan decided to look at. They say when you look at history of colonialism, we must see it as a mere episode. And then another professor, I think you'll have his, said but it's not only an episode; it is epochal. It they represent an epoch. that it changed a number of things. But in that, to summarize the presentation, actually it was in inaugural lectures on colonialism and its impact on social structures. You can, if you Google that, you might actually find that. But there are three things that he mentions in the book, in the inaugural lecture, as a challenge. And this is what is beautiful about the Nigerians. You have a thesis and you have a school that defines history in a particular way. And then you have one of your own gives a lecture to a hall of people who are believers in this, and he challenges all of them about this notion of the periodization of African history and looking at colonialism as a mere episode and saying we must not give, and he challenges them. But the beauty is when you read it is rigorous, and as he speaks, he knows who holds that view, and even is able to mention that I know, Professor Sonia, you hold this view, but it is fatally flawed. Let me explain to you, you know. And what happened to me, Professor Moyo, in one of the conferences I attended, and I was chairing, I had invited a professor of science education from Australia, who's Nigerian, and then he was a keynote speaker, very erudite and very boastful fellow, very boastful. And he talked to us like we know nothing about the new technologies and all that. And then they responded. He was at University Okini. He's at the University of Western Cape, but he's now retired. He spent 30 minutes cutting this guy to pieces. So during lunchtime, I went to Professor Okini. I just wanted to ask him, why do you hate him so much? He says, what? I said, you spent 30 minutes cutting him to pieces. He said, no. He says, Chekede is my friend. I was giving him an assignment of another book. But here, that level of rigor doesn't exist. Here, when you tell the truth, people actually hate you for the truth. But I found the Nigerians quite amazing in terms of the level of rigor in which they take. And then when I looked at the CV of this guy, I found that no, they've been collaborators for a number of years, but they are rigorous in critique. They are rigorous in telling the truth. And this guy, I think, when he gave this lecture on colonialism, challenging the whole school, he was simply saying that three things that happened. He said, well, that what colonialism did was to transfigure or disfigure a number of institutions that existed in Africa. Secondly, it says they also migrated wholesale some of the institutions and structures that were there in Europe, like the universities and all the type of universities that we have, the parliaments and all that. And the third is that there's also the emergent structures that emerged as a dialogue between the two. But it's a very interesting thing about colonialism as well, that it was an epoch-making or epoch-defining event and process and all that. So I just want to deal with that because I want to come down to where we are. Now, where we are in terms of the politics of knowledge, I found Verwoerd to be quite easy. You know, elsewhere people don't understand the politics of knowledge, politics of education. But Verwoerd made it easier for us. And in 1950, I think 55 or something like that, or 53, he said in Parliament that when I have control of native education, I'll reform it so that the natives will be taught from childhood to realize that equality with the Europeans is not for them. There's no place for him, the black child, in European society above the level of certain forms of labor. What is the use of teaching a Bantu child mathematics when it cannot use it in practice? Live well with them. That's the first part that Verwoerd. He says, when we are done with this education, the African will know his place. This was a policy. It's that policy that created the University of Zululand. It's that policy that created all universities in this country, whether black or white. They were all shaped by colonialism and apartheid. They were all victims. the victims of the virus of apartheid. They were all victims of white supremacy, and black people became inferiorized. They became inferior because of the policy, and they made sure that you suffer all forms of disadvantage. That the root could not be satisfied with thinking with the science that says black people are not bright enough. He says no, but we must make sure that in the end there's inequality. So this inequalities that we have, this is part of something that was designed. So if you're going to talk about the Note for African Thought, you need to understand why you are where you are. Why, when I go to Johannesburg, I pass schools whose infrastructure is better than the infrastructure of University of Zululand. A school that even has a dam. Uh, Not that you need a dam. I mean, you have the ocean, uh, but also not that you'll swim because you're more likely to drown. So, but the point is, this was a designed thing, and what we are seeing, and we are busy pretending that these things have not happened, and these are things that happened in our lifetime, and yet we don't talk about them in the classroom. So you ask, what are you teaching the children, the students, on a daily basis, when you can ignore this stuff that everybody else studies? Like, I was interested when I looked at the University of Kiel. You know what they start to? They talk about Rhodes Must Fall. They talk about George Floyd. You go to Warwick University, they talk about Rhodes Must Fall. And yet here at home, you don't even have even the courage even to talk about something that you witnessed and even write about it. Because that's what, because as that you have actually become simply a shell. You are used to that. So this is what the Note for African Thought is supposed to do, to disrupt that, so that we are able to now do what Professor Chaka was saying, that when we participate in mathematics, we're able to write mathematics. We're able to create new mathematics. We're able to mathematize. We're able to write our stories, not have stories written about us that we study. I mean, I had a professor who you might know, a friend, Tom Lodge. Tom Lodge was based at Wits. He was known to be an expert on the ANC. And before he left, he said to me, I'm leaving. I said, why? He said, the comment that was made by the president at the time, Becky, has made him to rethink. Apparently, what had happened was members of the ANC were talking almost, how they tried to analyze the so-called motive forces and all that. And then they were coaching Tom Lodge. And Becky asked them, simple question, why are you quoting Tom Lodge when Tom Lodge has never been a member of the African National Congress? Shouldn't he be quoting you? But what Mbeki was simply saying is that, when are you going to be an authority about your life, about your experience? And Tom Lodge realized that his time is up, that he can no longer continue to talk on behalf of, because those Africans were now saying, we're going to talk about ourselves, about the experience. Like when people say in the US, even here, people say, but the Professor Sepe, you seem to have studied mathematics and physics. I mean, I get a request to mark a PhD on history and sociology and all that. I said, no, guys, I'm very clueless. So how can you be clueless? I said, but the things that you write, I said, no, but I write based on my experience. I take my experience as I derive my authority from what I know, what I've experienced. And of course, you guys, you derive your authority on what you have read people say about me, which is different. I mean, in one of the classes, conferences, actually, there's a fellow here who graduated recently, got a PhD. He said the first time he met me was at a conference where a white academic stood up and gave a paper, and the paper was more about black people. And I did not know how to respond without being seen to be rude. So when I responded, I said to her, thanked her for a paper. And I said, you know, I have been black all my life. That even in my dreams, I've never dreamt of being anything. I've taught black students and I'm teaching. And I know my colleagues. And the black person you're describing, I cannot. I mean, I'm trying to discover that black person, but I can't find. Then she quickly said, no, Professor. According to Michael Kahn, this is. I said, you see, you're quoting another white person. I'm simply telling you about me and about the people that I know. And when I go back, I'm going to a black community, a black township. So the point is that we're gotten to a stage where we no longer can even talk about the things that we know. And then this is where the VC was saying that even when it comes to discipline, because, and she was saying, no, but I'm quoting other people who have said this, but they unfortunately happen to be people who are not black, you know. But they even now to write about that, I might not succeed because I've not quoted so and so. I mean, that's how, you know, those are the struggles that the VC was saying, that when you think about the disciplinary knowledge and the cul-de-sac and all that and the exhaustion, it's what you must understand, that those are the things that. But then Verwoerd continued. And this is one part that Professor Pumen is never stated. And strangely, when I read this, I thought of Mignolo, I thought about the scholars in Latin America. I found that Verwoerd had actually dealt with this, the whole notion of coloniality. He says that we must take the implementation of apartheid, separate development, so far that no future government will ever be able to reverse it. That is not simply about doing it, but make sure that even when you have a future government that is black, the black condition remains the same. So 30 years since democracy, the black condition is still the same. Professor, now when you drive from here to Johannesburg, you pass a beautiful land, farms, they're not yours, or the people you are related to. That's what the Verwoerd are saying, that we must make sure that it doesn't happen. But because it's all here, that once you have controlled the mind, you've controlled everything. So the notion of politics, of knowledge, Verwoerd put it very clearly. We don't even have to go far. That there is a positionality, there is an agenda, there is an objective. And this is what Makgoba says. What is common between a judge, a doctor, a politician, a policeman, a priest, a journalist, or editor, and the ordinary citizen is a type of education they receive, or the curriculum that provided the foundation of their education. Black people on the whole, they know their place in terms of the hierarchy. White people also know their place in terms of the hierarchy. So you can have as much education, but you know your place. So that is what, if we are serious about dealing with coloniality, we must deal with these realities. Otherwise, what we're doing, we are playing. So that's why the VCs talked about you becoming the vanguard, because she understands fully well that, and even the minister, if you read the book of the minister, the chapter in the book, the first chapter that minister talks about decoloniality, what it will mean. They all talk about this as the future struggles and the current struggles that must be taken. And the young people have already started with the roads must fall. And I'll do this one last, what Mandela said, and just problematize. But there's something that also I want to say about Verwoerd. He says we must make sure that the native will be taught from childhood to realize that equality with Europeans is not for them. People have read this without understanding the brilliance of Verwoerd. What Verwoerd did was to give a prescription to a black person that you'll never be equal. And what has the black person done? They spend more time trying to be equal. They are unable to set their own agenda. They are busy trying to be equal to white people. So that is a serious, permanent psychological entrapment. This is why when you have an opportunity to go to white schools and a black school, you go to white schools. You run. You know, when you go to white spaces, you run because you are chasing this equality. And in the States, when you do that, they see there's a black person who's coming, then the second one, then the third one, then you see houses for sale, you know, and the black person goes again to where they are because he's chasing equality. So we then to speak their language, we become even fluent in the language because we're chasing this notion. But that's a psychological interpretation. You are never going to be able to set your own agenda. Your agenda, that's why you see the most post 1994, the monies that were given largely to white institutions are continually being given to white institutions. Black politicians, black professors, everyone, when they get money, they take their children to white spaces because they want to prove Verwoerd wrong. But they don't realize that this is a psychological entrapment. And every time the goalpost gets changed, as Ngugi put it, or I don't know whether it's Ngugi or I suspect it's Ngugi, says, don't try to be an Englishman or white man, because even a hobo in England who lives in the parks, who's homeless, will continue to be more English than you. Your PhD will not make you any more English. So stop this nonsense. But that's what we do. So Verwoerd gave us a burden and we're carrying it. We're permanently looking for white spaces because all we want to do is to prove him wrong. But in a sense, he has imprisoned us to be not people who are able to set our agenda. So it's very important that you read more into it beyond simply the physical disadvantage that you're not going to be given money. There is also psychological impairment. There's a psychological distraction. That's why, because at the end, you are simply an obliging shell. But he also says we must make sure that when we implement this, it's almost permanent. And we see it. Now, here's the anti-colonial education that Mandela talked about. And people read these things and they never even understand what you are saying. This month, July the 18th, the day in which Mandela was born, when you are told to go and pick up papers, refuse, or go and paint, what do you need to do? Go and read Mandela's speech during the Rivonia trial. This comes from that speech when he was explaining himself why he was accused number one. And I'm going to read this so that you can, because I want to put this in the context of anti-colonial struggles and anti-colonial education or decolonial education. It says, in my youth in the Transkei, I listened to the elders of my tribe telling stories of the old days. Among the tales they related to me were those of wars fought by our ancestors in defense of the fatherland. The names of Dingani, Bambata, Hinsa, Magana, Skunti, Dalisile, Musheshwe, and Skikuni were praised as a glory of the entire African nation. I hoped then that life might offer me the opportunity to serve my people and make my own humble contribution to their freedom struggle. This is what has motivated me in all that I've done in relation to the charges made against me in this case. The first part, Mandela talks about the education he received. That when I was young, I was told about Dingane, I was told about Mushweshwe, I was told about Bambata, I was told about Hinsa. That's the education that he got. When I grew up, I was told about Bismarck, Jan van Riebeck, whoever, other dead white people, you know. But you know what it does? It locates yourself in a particular history. When I read that history of all these dead white people, the Winston Churchill that I could even quote, the Woodrow Wilson you mentioned, it tells me that these are the people who made history. When it comes to my people, there's nothing. It's just emptiness. So you see how your mind is shaped to an extent that you don't locate your people as the makers of history. But Mandela, in his education, he was educated to know more about his own people and located them as not object of history, but as subject of history, as people who made history. So when a white child learns about the Van der Stel or Van Riebeck or Van something else, you know the names, they see themselves located. They are not airbrushed out of history. You don't exist. But that has an effect. That has an effect in your attitude and how you see yourself in life. And look at what that education did to Mandela. He says, after listening to that, I hoped that life will be so kind that I'll be part of that struggle. That's what he meant by the struggle is my life, the first book that he put. Because he is not erased. So our job, three things. Professor Kumi, remember I said in terms of curriculum, says one is to unmask the Eurocentric bias in our curriculum. That's the first thing. Two is to reverse the erasure of black people and also to reverse the silencing of black voices. Three is also to deal with the distortions that are taking place at the moment. So if you ask, what does this have to do with the curriculum? This is what it's all about, that there's been an erasure, there's been a bias, there's been distortion, there's been marginalization, there's also been airbrushing you out of history. So our job is to make sure that when we talk about the Note for African Thought, we enter the world not as junior partners. Now, here's Carter Woodson, whose book you must also read, The Miseducation, I don't know, it's supposed to be The Miseducation of the Negro, prior to 1861. He says, Woodson is an African-American historian, and he says exactly what Biko says. He says, when you control a man's thinking, you do not have to worry about his actions. You do not have to tell him not to stand here or go yonder. He will find his proper place and he will stay in it. You do not need to send him to the back door. He'll go without being told. In fact, if there's no back door, he'll cut one for his special benefit. His education makes it necessary. So we are so controlled that we don't even think of introducing the history of our people, even when we talk about it. because we know our place, and our place is at the back. And if there's no back door, which is that no, we'll go and cut one for us because our education makes it necessary. So it's the type of disruption that we're talking about when you talk about the notion of Africa. And all we're asking is the right to be ourselves. Richard Shaw, who is in the Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he concludes, I'll leave this and then others I'll take them later. There's no such thing as a neutral educational process. Education either functions as an instrument that is used to facilitate the integration of the younger generation into the logic of the present system and bring about conformity to it, or it becomes the practice of freedom, the means by which men and women critically and creatively deal with reality and discover how to transform and how to participate in the transformation of their world. The long and short of it is that most of us have been socialized into being integrated into the logic of the present system. The apartheid system education was more about making sure that we subscribe to its logic. But what the Note for African Thought is saying is that we must participate in a different type of education, which we call the practice of freedom, the means by which men and women participate in the transformation of their world. So this, as I said, is not simply a nice to have. It's about our soul. Professor Pume, with the other disturbances, maybe I should stop here. Thank you.
That's it, Chava. The command is Pafedile, Papa, Pajarete Pasa.
That's not in the slides, I can promise you.
Basi mame basetane bajabile Soweto. Basiani basadi basete balibangwe.
I think if we mute the hosting laptop. Is it this laptop we should mute?
Yeah,
It's this one. Yeah, we can just mute it.
let me just
Who's the host?
have to call the host.
Is it Papi?
Yeah, it's probably.
We just mute.
It's not this one because the people online can hear you if I mute this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, but the sound has gone.
Yeah.
So the host needs to mute.
Yeah, I think they will say so.
Yeah, it seems the host has muted. Papi, are you there with us? Tate Molopa, can you confirm that you're with us? Okay. Okay, apologies, colleagues, for that. That must have come from, you know how this, if you remember when these online things started, they were very terrible things. You know that people in their bedrooms and all of that. We still need to cultivate that. We still need to cultivate that. We still need to be extremely careful of these things. But we want to thank Professor Siepe. Please let's give him a proper round of applause. We will now look at the program. It was always my intention to collapse the question and answer and the roundtable reflections. I think it's actually what we did the last time. So I want to ask the colleagues, please, we're going to have now to collapse it into the roundtable. So we want to have the roundtable. We'll try and carry on till about 12:30, so we may not have too much time. We'll carry forward the time for more engagement till after lunch. So we'll see what we can accommodate in the less than 30 minutes that are left before lunch. So we want to invite the colleagues who are on the program to come forward. I need somebody to assist me. Samke, are you very busy? Can we get someone to help with the seats here? We just need 4 seats here. We want to do a proper roundtable rather than presentations. So the colleagues will not be coming to the podium to make presentations. Rather, they will be seated in roundtable fashion and we'll just have a free-flowing conversation. I will pose questions or issues arising from the engagement so far, and I'll expect them to respond. And the audience would also be required to respond. No, we don't need those seats. Ms. Makai, Lungelwa, let's have these seats. These seats are fine. Yeah, those have they are very difficult to arrange on stage. Yeah, this is fine. We can just have 4 of these seats here. So while they do that, I would just like to maybe okay. One thing I'd just like to share with us. I'm using this as a time filler. I'm not making a fresh presentation. Please understand. I'm just waiting for those seats to come to the front. It's C.K. Raju's article, Decolonizing Mathematics, a 2018 article published in Alternation. And I thought Professor Jaka was reading from that article because he makes some of the key points made by Raju. You can check it out, Decolonizing Mathematics. Raju is an Indian computer scientist and mathematician. He makes those very powerful points. He makes those references to our calculus. He talks about formal maths. He talks about what he calls formal mathematics, about the role of the empirical and the metaphysical feature of formal mathematics. He also talks about normal mathematics and the tensions between. And then when, yes, one them like now. I'm actually waiting for them. Yeah. And then as Professor Siepe was speaking, I assume, I may not be correct, but I assume that some of the colleagues in the room will ask, these narratives, these stories, these histories, these philosophies, this talk of sociology and psychology, what does it have to do with science? Is anybody thinking like that? I'm making an assumption. I think it's a fair assumption that somebody will ask that question. What does it have to do with science? My view is that it has a lot to do with science. Yeah. And I think that might constitute some of the questions that I pose. I like making reference to this. Prof. Siepe made reference to dehumanization, which we can understand largely from anthropological. There's a lot of evidence in anthropological writings about how certain non-white cultures were dehumanized. But I'm sure some of us have come across the field called biological determinism. It's a very hard science field about scientific racism, eugenics, polygenesis. Polygenesis is a very interesting field. It's a scientific field that claims that the origin of human beings, that there are plural origins of human beings, that certain races have different moments of emergence. But it was presented as hard science. The one that takes my cake is the American guy called Samuel Morton. He lived between 1799 and 1841. And he carried out experiments with measurements. He measured the human cranium and determined that the cranium of the Caucasian is larger. And the next in size is the cranium of the Indian. And the smallest cranium is the cranium of the black person. And he advanced it as the reason why the Caucasian is better at reasoning and is more intelligent. I mean, these were published in your Taylor and Francis with high impact factor journals of those days. I mean, this is, you can Google these things up. But we are waiting for who? Oh, looks like me. Okay. Okay. So, colleagues, who wants to go first? Dean, you want to go first? So, I'm asking a question. What does all of this have to do with engineering and science? What does history, especially the kinds that Professor Siepe has taken us through, philosophy, um, narratives, psychology, thinking, how people think, sociology, how societies relate. What does it have to do with mathematics and science and education? We need the microphone, please. Lungelo, if you can assist us. So she's going to take a first jab at that question. Prof. Sibanda, you'll take a second attempt at the same question. You leave off where she ends, and then we'll send the mic to the congregation, to the audience. I just gave away my spiritual and my church background now. All right. Go for it, Prof. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, please remain seated. Yes. Then we may have to switch it on. Yes. I did some magic. I prayed on that thing now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Program Director, Prof. Bome, for the question that you have already put for science, agriculture, and engineering. And you specifically ask, what does it have to do with science, sociology, history? And I believe that majority of the people that are in this house are also asking the same question. And it boils down to what the Vice Chancellor started with, the disciplines, where we have got history. And when a question comes about history, we already turn our heads and say, this is about history. It has got nothing to deal with
Yeah, please,
science.
they want you to put it closer.
Okay. It has got nothing to deal with science. It has got nothing to deal with engineering. It has got nothing to deal with agriculture. And I believe that's what has put us where we are. And we have to rethink of how do we conduct our teaching and learning. Is our teaching and learning appropriate for the discussion for today or for what we have had today? Is our teaching and learning appropriate? I think in many instances, we have been shown that our teaching and learning is not responding to the needs of us. And that's where, for how I look at it, that's where the sociology and the history is coming from. Because if you do science and you invent all these inventions, as well as the innovations, as well as everything that you invent in science and design in engineering and produce in agriculture, but you're not linking it to who are you designing it for, to who are you designing it for, who are you producing for, and who are you doing all these things for? And that's what we are lacking. And I believe that it has been brought by these disciplines, because you are saying when we start with sociology, we start with history, we are already turning our heads, we're saying this is not science, this is not engineering, this is not agriculture. And I believe that's what is bringing us to. Let's go back to history. And as we had today, we had our history class or lesson for free. For free, and we should really take that knowledge. And I support that. Is it a module, Prof?
The program.
The program.
Okay,
Yes, that program. It looks like
no, the
now
reason
we
is
have
fine.
done our basic, our foundation, and we will be going to an advanced stage because we started the history.
Thank you very much, Prof. I take from that you also refer to the need to ground whatever science does in specific historical social contexts to respond to the needs, to respond to the social prompts. Science has to be for a society. Please, the colleagues online, there's someone whose mic is not muted. Um, please mute them. We are hearing conversations that you don't want us to hear. So maybe mute your mic. And I'm just want to remind all the colleagues online to please remember to mute their mics. So, Prof. Sivanda, can I push you in a bit of it? So, what exactly? There's okay. You carry on. You have an answer to the same question. Let's start
Okay,
from there. Yeah.
yes. Thanks, Program Director, and thanks to Prof. Siape. I think we did learn a lot today. I think a lot has been said. Prof. Siape spoke a lot about the colonization of the mind. So I think we need to learn and learn and relearn. So in essence, science is there to help us as societies, help us solve our problems. But if that science is not doing that purpose, if it is used to oppress against us, then it is of not help at all. I think this is very relevant for the sciences as well. Science does not exist in a vacuum, so everyone depends on everyone. So in society, scientists, sociologists, they have to coexist. And I think also one other thing that was very striking for me from Prof. Siape's presentation was that politics and political awareness is something that is very critical. So that will help us to understand all these epistemic violences that are happening. And as we do that, then we then are able to approach this or craft strategies with intention, so that is purposeful, and then we can be able to position ourselves in terms of the academic disciplines and other things. History also, it's very important that we are aware of the historical past, or what happened in the past, and also what is affecting us in the current, both contemporary challenges as well as opportunities. So in that way, we can be able to integrate that into our science, be it our research, be it our community engagement activities, be it in the classroom, such that we are relevant and an authentic African university, and that will talk to the strategic direction, which is a very brave one that the university has taken, to be a node of African thought. Let me just stop here for now. Thanks.
Okay. I'll now throw the question to the audience. You may want to follow up on what any point the colleagues have made, but you may want to take the question from a completely different angle. But the question is, what is the significance of all of this? And he has included one: politics and awareness, political awareness, awareness of history, awareness of sociology, awareness of psychology. What real links does it have in addition to what the colleagues have said? I'll be happy to get comments from colleagues. Dr. Langamandla. Yes. Yes, I'll pass it.
Wow. Thank you so much, Program Director. I think it's very important that we reflect on this because of the fact that indeed we are not existing in a vacuum. But maybe I'm thinking that since when we are talking about decolonization, more especially in science, as much as decolonization is a political term, it's more political, and we don't have to politicize this, because in the moment we politicize this, we will move away from what we want to do in science.
You mean the moment we politicize science?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So, so it is important that we reflect on our history, given that we in those days, back in the days, our forefathers were able to live, and they were able to live with what they were having, and there were no sophisticated kind of innovations that were there, but they were able to develop knowledge and create knowledge. It's not that knowledge came with the colonizers. We were already having some knowledge, and then we have to build on it and try to advance our African knowledge, more especially in science. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to complicate some of the points that you made, which I think bear a direct relevance to this conversation. And I'll ask colleagues: is science apolitical? I don't agree that science is not political. Is look at COVID. During COVID, we saw how intensely political science could be. What methods, what scientific methods, what scientific interventions were privileged, what scientific methods were dismissed, and how did the science proceed in terms of the previously internal codes and standards of scientific research. For instance, the idea that vaccines take so many years to develop and to pass, that didn't happen. Vaccines came out in like 2 years or less. Yes, or less. And possible remedies, other remedies were dismissed by the mainstream. So I don't know what colleagues think, but my sense is that science has never been apolitical. Oh well, that's my sense. What do you say to that? Let me begin with Dr. Langerman, because I'm responding to your point. What would you say? Then there's another point you made where you said I think you mean before colonial contact or this extensive colonial contact, non-Western societies like ours had knowledge, but they were not sophisticated. Exactly what does sophistication mean? I go back to the pyramids in Egypt, and there are over 200 pyramids in Sudan. We only know of the very big ones in Egypt. Is that not sophistication? I go back to the kingdom of Mapungubwe, the ruins of which were found in 1932. Is that not sophistication? The Bini brass models. And we have history that actually inoculation as a practice, as a public health practice, vaccination was taken to the Americas by African slaves, making incisions and putting. Is that not sophisticated? I'm interested in that because I have a very language-oriented approach to some of what we do. Some of the terminologies we use carry on with a kind of dominant idea. But let's start with that one. Don't you think science is political? Yes. Yeah. Professor Banda wants to say something before you carry on.
Oh, okay, thanks. I just wanted to add where you left it off about science. So, in most of the time, we do have these technological tools or methods which are dominant in the mainstream economies, but those are still not helping us. I think he was also given an example of COVID and so forth. But for us to make science, to make those technological innovations to be effective, we also need to understand the social structures. I think Prof. Siepe made a point about adaptability and affordability. So all those are intertwined within politics, social structures, and the likes. Thanks.
Okay. Your first response, then Professor Jaka will Volunteer.
No, basically, maybe it's about the structure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's maybe the correct terminology I was supposed to maybe use. But looking at more especially science and the challenges that we normally nature will provide to us, as Prof. Siepe said, they are not nicely packaged for a specific
Discipline.
discipline. So they are diverse. So for us to be able to solve those challenges or to overcome those challenges, we need multidisciplinary or maybe multidisciplinary
Approaches.
approaches or maybe non-disciplinary approaches because we live in a very diverse environment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I think Prof. Jakta is going to speak to the extent to which we can say science is political or not.
Thank you, facilitator. Most definitely. Thank you very much to the presentation made by Prof. Siepe. I think what the history is bringing to science, there is no way you can separate the two. Is it's asking you as a scientist to say that principle or that formula or that conclusion, what was the problem they were trying to solve?
Oh.
And that history comes in. What is the problem they were trying to solve? And most of these problems, you are going to find that they are there within the society.
Mm.
And that comes in the issue of sociology and all of that. It's very, very critical. Just a clear example that we know. Before you jump again, coming back to mathematics as an example, the Cartesian plane of XY, we could call it a Cartesian plane. It was clear there, René Descartes, what he was trying to do. As we live ourselves, there is a question that we always ask. What is the role of the real world and the imaginary world?
Mm.
What is the role? And all of us, we know we are living in those two spaces.
Mm.
And that is where it comes from, this issue of XY plane. Unfortunately, what happened when they move from the real plane, which is X, and the imaginary, they only go for religious and they only go for Christianity. They left the African. So perhaps if you go back and ask that question and said, let me go back and ask, what was the problem you was trying to solve? Did he cover the aspect? You may find yourself that would come up with a three-dimensional plane of saying, really, we need to have, right from the beginning, the real space, the African religion, as well as this, whatever religion that is there, and as a dominant kind of a structure. So that is the thing that one has always to go back. People like Sir Isaac Newton, they were leading in church. Those are reverends, and they were trying to solve a particular problem. So when you are teaching that science, always go back. What were they trying to solve? And that is when you will find it. The issue of trigonometry, what were they trying to solve? It came from trying to solve a distance between the sun and the earth. What was the problem? Not science itself, but a social problem, a physical problem that we're busy dealing with, so that we are able to calculate the food production in the earth using the distance from the sun. All of those kind of things. Every scientific concept, go back to I think that's what we're encouraging now. And that's when you will now raise your own problem. What are we trying to solve socially? And then you take it forward. That, for me, I think that's how it links. That's why history is always there. But unfortunately, when you look at those textbooks of science, the first thing they do there, right at the beginning, they give you not a history, picture of Sir Isaac Newton and what he has done, just a kind of a preface. They will never tell what was the role. What was he trying to solve? They don't tell you. Then in the second paragraph, they give you the formula, a finished product. They don't tell you what is it going to solve. And everybody just becomes so abstract that everybody says it does not understand science. It's because of we are living this space, history and sociology.
Out of it. Thank you very much, Prof. I have two questions, and I'll start. Or do you, because I may kick you off your train of thought. You seem to be on a particular train of thought, so let's let it flow before I bring before I complicate things. Now, I intend to complicate Prof's response.
No, thank you. I'm just adding on what Prof. Jaka has said. I think it goes back to history. We have to rewrite our history. We have to reclaim our humanity. I think that was the main thing in what Prof. Sepe was presenting. We have to reclaim our humanity. And how are we going to reclaim that? By rewriting the history. And how are we rewriting the history? By going back to what Prof. Jata is saying. What was the problem that was solved here? And in science, like when we formulate our problem statement, we go to literature. Who wrote that literature to formulate our problem statement? That's why we are solving not our problems, somebody's problem, because we don't have anything that we have written.
I want to add on this conversation. I think earlier on, Prof. Apome, you mentioned the issue versus of oral knowledge and written knowledge. I completely agree with you, but I was of the view that we should also try and document in as much as possible our local knowledge systems so that they do not get erased in history, especially in this history that we are talking about. Thanks.
Yeah, but I can also problematize that the reason that we seem to have an erasure of certain histories is not because there are no documents. I would contest that. I mean, if you do historical analysis, certain histories are deliberately, they are conscientiously, they are actively, rigorously suppressed and erased. So there are people whose job it is, whose career, whose specialty is to erase other people's marks. Let me give the example of Mapungubwe. If you go to Essay History Online, Mapungubwe, the what did they say? Historical artifacts, that thing like relics of Mapungubwe history were discovered in 1932. Go to Essay History Online. And then we all know the political situation of South Africa in 1932. A guy is identified online as a local informant. We are lucky we have his name, Mokoena. He calls the owner of the farm. The guy is called a prospector and a farmer. Mokoena is only identified as an informant. We are lucky we have one name for him. We have the name of the farm guy. They go there, they invite the University of Pretoria. The University of Pretoria starts archaeology on that site in Limpopo in 1933. And the entire conversation went into voicemail until 1994. What historians have shown was that the attempt of the archaeologists in the University of Pretoria to link that discovery to non-native civilizations failed. So they kept it secret until the end of apartheid in 1994. So it is not really that, and Mapungubwe, the relics of Mapungubwe are marks, they are signs. I mean, what is literature? What is written? Is it not a sign? It's just a notation. It does not have essence of its own. It's a notation. Language is a notation. So I would make that argument because I also think the pursuit, when Professor Sepe made this point, the pursuit of trying to be equal, what those people did, we can also do. It's going to leave you high and dry. By the time you save all your money and move to that neighborhood, the people you wanted to be neighbors are in another neighborhood. They're going to go elsewhere. So we can carry on, in my thoughts, we can carry on with the oral record and the written record at the same time without trying to fulfill the Verwoodian, trying to fall into the Verwoodian trap of, we must have exactly what the other people have had. But that's not my task here. I'm going to ask a question and push Professor Jaka's points a bit further because I think somebody is going to be asking this question. Okay, if we granted Newton was in a particular space trying to solve a particular problem and came up with these concepts, these formulae. Why are you trying to is it not universal? Because that's the reason, that's how I understand what you said, how it is presented, is it not the end of all problems? Did Newton not solve every problem? Is it not a universal? Are those concepts and ideas and formula? Why do you want another one? Hasn't Newton done it for you? So it speaks to the question of the idea of universality, and it's also what Raju contests in his article. His first statement in the abstract is that mathematics is not universal. Then he makes a distinction between formal maths and what he calls traditional mathematics. And he ascribes to colonial knowledge production the methods, the concepts, the processes associated with colonial mathematics. And he makes the same point that you make, that in the development of ideas such as the XY axis, these reflect particular theological, spiritual ideas which may not exist in other places. So the question we want to ask, when the pyramids, for instance, were built, they were not operating in that space. So, how are we today to deal with the impression that the received mathematical concepts and notations and formula that we have are supposed to be universal, that we should just copy them? We should not try to do something else because Newton did everything for us. How are we supposed to respond to that? I'm going back to you, Prof. Dr. So we'll start from Prof. Adigun and then we'll go to Prof. Jata. Prof, we are all ears. Apologies. Okay, we'll start from Prof. Jagda, and if he comes online, we'll take him. Yes. Colleagues, I want to propose, it's 12:40. I want to propose that we allow these responses conclude this session for now, except there's a pressing, if you have a pressing comment, and if you think you will lose the train of thought if we take a break, we will take it. But if we take these two comments, then we'll take a break. Remember, now, after lunch, to have more engagement. Prof, go for it.
Thank you very much, facilitator. Yes, you are spot on that one. I think that is the aim then of the exercise that you are, because there's always been that assumption of saying mathematics is the golden in the golden space that cannot be changed. It is when you begin to problematize it that you go back and look at it, and you'll begin to find different solutions then to different problems. And even on the same problem, you may come up with a different solution. So what we are saying is exactly
maybe a different concept,
or maybe different concept
formula.
Exactly.
Okay.
So those are the things. I think that is the main idea of coming through with this. If you happen after you have used it your own and you end up in the same conclusion, that's still fine. But there is a potential of getting something else. I think that is the aim of this, and beginning to, be in charge of our space.
Thank you. Prof. Adigo, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on is science apolitical. I think I want to link the answer to that question to the issue of the minds of academics not being decolonized and how to being colonized, sorry, and how to decolonize it, because you find that there are barriers that we have placed in the way in which we teach what we teach that shows that if we have been able to freely think and not become part of a cabal or a group or a system of thought, it will have been easy for us to agree as academics. Sometimes somebody applies to come into science from some other discipline, and it's always difficult for us to accept them. I mean, if that were the case, Professor Siepe would not be talking to us, and he would not be who he is today if the people in political science and in the social sciences have said, you are a physicist, you cannot come here. But you find that in science, it's so difficult to accept people who are not of the same thinking as ours, who do not have the same preparation as us, they don't have the same foundation, even though they are very keen to join us. We still, and especially in Africa, it's a lot easier to go to Europe and change your discipline than it is in Africa. And that means we need to really decolonize our mind so that we can let knowledge flow and let people move freely from one discipline to another. So I thought I should say that, especially in science, we are not apolitical at all. We still think as groups of thought. This is what it is. Physicists do not say that engineering is not physics, so you can't come here. Yeah, that's what I just wanted to say. Thank you.
That's a very powerful one. I was thinking at the micro level of concepts and formula, but you have taken us to a macro level of the whole policing of thinking in general. Thank you very much, Prof. That's greatly appreciated. We will now, Prof. Sibanda has a comment. I think we should extend the courtesy to Prof. Lekwanya to make two final comments on this session. Then the conversation continues after lunch. Prof. Sibanda.
Thanks. I think what I wanted to say have already been said. I agree with the notion of universality of mathematics, because as societies, they are not static, and cultures as well. So there is that need to innovate and come up with new solutions, ideas. And I also think that as African scholars of societies, we also tend to be end consumers. So I think it's time that we also become producers, and then we whatever has been the status quo is reversed. Things.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, after you.
Okay. Okay.
After the dean, there's Prof.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think the biggest take home from us is claiming or reclaiming our humanity. And how do we do that? It is very clear that we have to go back and formulate the formulas of mathematics, of physics, of engineering, of agriculture economics. All those formulas, we have to go back and reformulate them, because otherwise we are using them, and when we use them, the conclusion that we reach is not solving our problems. That's why we have in all the universities in South Africa, they teach physics, but we have got the problem of load shedding. Why do we have a problem of load shedding with all 26 universities teaching physics, energy production? Because we are using the wrong formulas. We are solving somebody's problem. So we have to go back. Let us reclaim our humanity and go back and formulate those formulas that are going to solve our problems.
Before Prof. Siepe, I want to thank you very much, Prof. You're solving some of my problems already. I'm very keen on the vocabularies, maybe because of my background, but our leading decolonial scholars have also highlighted that as an important territory. That's why maybe I'll do that later. When you use the word inclusive, I have reservations about that term. When you use the word alternative, I have reservations about that term. But what the dean has foregrounded for us, I just want to amplify this. I'm not suggesting that you are dull of hearing. Is the fact that formulas are formulated. They are not naturally occurring. They are compositions. They are brought together. And Prof. Jaka made us understand that they come from the realm of the imagined and the realm of the real. It's a putting together. Because many of us approach formulas and concepts as if these are divinely instituted, eternally immutable, universalized things that without them we can't make progress. She has challenged the faculty, and I believe load shedding will end in Unizulu, at least at Unizulu very, very soon. Thank you so much, Prof. I like that. Prof, final word.
Is this audible?
Yes.
We need to go back to the basics. And the basics starts with what a university is for. And the universities are simply social institutions created by societies and supported by societies to identify and resolve the challenges of those societies. So the idea is about them becoming instrument to providing solutions. And what has happened in the continent has been the failure to understand that very basics, because the problems that we have are not the problems that we're trying to solve. You have such deepening poverty, and yet you're not able to address it when you can. Not that there are no solutions, but I want to pack that a little bit. Somebody mentioned something about the philosophy, science, and all that. I just want to indicate that this compartmentalization of knowledge has been part of our problem. But I'll give you an example of a person who is also a graduate of Harvard. The name is Thomas Kuhn. He wrote a book called The Nature of the Structure of Scientific Revolutions. And Thomas Kuhn was actually in the same discipline as I am. He did theoretical physics. So he did theoretical solid state physics. I did experimental solid state physics. But Thomas Kuhn is more known in philosophy than in physics. He's actually more used by philosophers than people in. But it actually shows how you can actually become so dogmatic and actually imprison yourself without understanding what knowledge is all about. And that's one of the things that as he studied science, he came up with the whole notion of paradigm shift. But that became a very useful concept that when he moved from completely theoretical solid state physics and then looked at the nature and growth of science. But it's a very interesting book to read. If you are actually, for all scientists, they should actually read that book. But I'm showing you how how knowledge should be able to make you to move from different spaces to ask the most relevant questions. But the second issue that we wanted to underscore is the issue of social confidence among African people. That the nature of education that you receive will determine whether you'll be able to solve your problems. Now, I'll give you a most embarrassing example. COVID-19. As a graduate of Harvard, on a daily basis, I was getting a daily report, blow by blow, on what the university was doing to address COVID. I was being told what is happening to Massachusetts General Hospital, how they decided to cut some floors to say this will be for these patients, and how they brought a number of scientists from those who dealt with ears, eyes, etc., because they were all trying to understand this virus, this problem that where people show the symptoms in the morning and before the end of the day that dead or the following day. They were just the speed with which, but it was daily reports. I mean, if you are a product of Harvard, you'll have received that, and I think even people from Johns Hopkins, there was daily reports. In Africa, with many universities, there was silence. But what those people were doing, they had a sense of confidence that we can solve a problem when we have it. What African universities did, they waited. And what our leaders did, also waited. And when there was now a vaccine, they start complaining that there's a vaccine apartheid or apartheid vaccine. But the idea of them solving a problem was not there because they lacked the confidence. So if we had the confidence, which is what education does, this apartheid and colonial education does, it takes away that ability for us to stand and come up with problems and identify problems and solve them. And this is what this is all about. It's all about regaining our humanity, where when a problem is there before us, we're able to solve it. Now we have a myriad of problems. We're not solving them until somebody comes and solve it for us. So the whole notion of decoloniality is all about that. Then the third issue is the politics of knowledge. The type of questions you ask are themselves political because decisions are made where who's going to respond to that. One of the things that I did when I was young is to move out of the laboratory to become a member of boards where decisions were made on where the money goes. Because at that time, in the early 90s, money was always going to same place. It was WITS and UCT. Those were the main, and we had to go in those spaces so that we can start diverting those resources elsewhere. But those were political decisions on who's going to do what and how they're going to do it. And even the whole accrediting, I mean, as a student of WITS, we're always getting bursaries. But part of it is because our professors sat on those boards. So the decisions that are made and what type of research, and I did the research on diamonds, but the laboratory for diamonds was in London. It was also part of the colonial system that I had to do that I was doing that research. And most of the research that we do are questions that the professors are interested in, not really our questions. I addressed a group of scientists, very brilliant young people. Actually, I was surprised how advanced and how many of our black scientists are doing great work and they're tops. And I mean, one of them is actually from this university. She's a head of the department of chemistry at WITS. They are successful, but when I ask them, are the research questions your questions? You find that no, those are the questions that the professor, that your supervisor said, this is the question I'm interested in. But they have nothing to do with the upliftment of their own people. I said, yes, you can. I said, I'm glad that you're a great scholar, but how is this contributing to the upliftment of your own people? They could not answer that question. So but if they had the sense of confidence, they'll be pursuing different questions. So it is also in the politics of the research questions. I mean, in one of the papers that my last paper that I gave in the scientific environment, I looked at it because I was a part of the board. I looked at all the research questions and I analyzed them and asked a simple question. How many of these questions are the questions that a confident and accomplished black person will ask? And I presented paper on white questions, that these are the questions that white supervisors with no background in the black will ask, and black students are doing them. I said, yes, you may be black, but you are answering different questions. This is why I'm saying that we never originate. What we do tomorrow, what I'm going to talk about is how knowledge is colonized. You'll discover that most of the questions we ask really have nothing to do with us. Which, if you to sit and say, what are the problems that we have as a people in Africa? I mean, take a simple thing like solar energy. We've always had the sun, but we never thought of studying the sun for energy purposes. But now that Europe has a crisis with energy, and they now talk about the solar energy, suddenly we become interested because all we do is mimic. We don't have a sense of confidence that makes us to ask questions that are relevant. So the whole notion of decoloniality is to reclaim our intellectual sovereignty, the right to ask my questions. You know, the story about Newton, I'll just close this one. You know, Newton is a fascinating. Oh, by the way, for those who are, you guys are in the sciences, read the book called The Short History of Nearly Everything by Bill Bryson. So you can get it from text. It's a beautiful book. It talks about scientists, short history of nearly everything. And Professor Moyo is about nearly everything. Although I don't think you guys are included there, but that's why they said nearly everything, anyway. But it's worth everything. But Newton, he is a guy who was sitting under a tree, we're told, and an apple fell. And what is very interesting about this is that he forgot to eat the apple. He started asking questions. But there's something that you must learn there is that it must be somebody who's not hungry not to eat an apple.
That's funny. That's funny.
So the thing is, I mean, if there's probably some African guy in Nigeria would have been so happy and thank God, the apple fell, but the point that he started asking why it fell. But there's a moral to the story that until you address the issues of poverty, you are not going to be able to think beyond. You see, there's something that you guys know called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. When you are under conditions of poverty, all you think is about survival. Only for and so what it says that one of the things that we must address for us to get to the level of thought beyond survival, surviving the realities, is that we must also address the issue of poverty. Then we can produce many Newtons who, when the apple fall, they will not thank God, just fallen, So anyway, I want to say that.
Thank you very much, Prof. So I like the term intellectual sovereignty. I like the focus on the need for confidence and I like to add the word responsibility. Maybe we don't feel a sense of responsibility, and we depend so much. During COVID, Cuba, which has been suffering decades of economic, scientific, and all kinds of sanctions from the West, and Iran, between them produced at least 16 vaccines. And in the Western press, the Cuban vaccines were particularly hailed. But it's sad that with all our reliance on the West, our eternal pupillage and tutelage to the West, we waited for Aspen to put a branch of their European factory in South Africa. It's sad. So I think that's what Prof. Siepe is telling us and what the Dean is telling us, is that we should be prepared to formulate. But I'm sure Ms. Mangai will inform us that the lunch has already been formulated. All right, thank you. It's lunchtime. We'll be back at 13:45. So we don't eat the apple. Prof, it couldn't be a Nigerian because apples don't grow in Nigeria.
Bananas, yes, maybe.
Prophet, how are you? How's it?
to split into two groups, um, with the colleagues online being part of the group in this room. That's been the tradition. And then some colleagues have to go to the next room and constitute a second group. And then there we have colleagues who choose facilitators, and then they will choose rapporteurs for the group discussions who will um, summarize when we return at the end of the discussion session. Yeah. Yes, we had this problem from the last copy of the program. We didn't correct. I apologize for it. Suggesting that we'll be done with breakaway sessions at 2:15, which is not possible. We're going to collapse this again with Prof. Siepe. With your kind permission, we are going to make some adjustments to the program. We can start the group discussions in 5 minutes, I hope, or 10 at a maximum, and return. We'll make them 30 minutes, which is quite short. No, we can make them 40 minutes. We can make them 40 minutes. We'll be back at 14:45 or 14, and then yeah, we might limit. We might, Prof. Siepe, we might reorganize the rounding off a bit and the closure a bit in order to give optimum time for the group discussions. Yeah, so that's where we will steal from. So we can we target to start the group discussions at 2:00. And at this point, I'm going to appeal to the colleagues to split the room, have the majority of the colleagues go to the next room, a minority of the colleagues here, because the colleagues here are joined by the 29 or 27 participants online. So it's quite a big group, even though we only see their ghosts. We don't see them in person. Does the dean want to help us with that, or the deputy deans? So we want to suggest to colleagues to go to the other room. Yes. It's an order I cannot make. Yes, yes. So, so please do it, Dean. Or some colleagues are actually also volunteering to just move to the next room, where we'll have a rapporteur and a facilitator. So for this room, I'll need a colleague to volunteer to be a facilitator, or I can suggest one. Can I suggest Prof. Moyo, Prof. Innocent Moyo, to facilitate the discussions here? Would you like to do that? Yeah, I know you can. Will you do it? All right. I'm sure you can. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And then we need another colleague to take a record of the conversations here. We need another colleague. It's not a bad idea to have a female, a woman colleague. The word female is also now attracting some issues. All the ladies don't leave the room. Yeah, you can now quickly choose one of them to stay with us, bro. Okay. Oh, perfect. So, our topic for discussion is what are the implications and applications of what we have been discussing, the contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project. I don't know if you will indulge me for 2 minutes, Prof. Siepe. I don't know how. There's something I would like to give as a preface for this conversation that might fit into what we have been discussing about the contemporary politics of knowledge. In 1992, the American philosopher Francis Fukuyama wrote a book that became quite influential. It was written on the back of the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. And many geopolitical analysts say it, it was the moment that launched the American superpower status as the dominant geopolitical economic power in the world. Fukuyama's book is titled The End of History. His thesis is a simple thesis, is that the collapse of the Soviet Union, which had stayed as a kind of an alternative or as a rival to the Western system in the world, signaled, he interpreted it as the victory of the Western capitalist system over the Soviet system, which had strong undercurrents of socialist and communist political and economic ideology. And some geopoliticians, some geopolitical analysts are now talking about how that reign of the US and the US's allies and vassals is coming to an end with the, in particular, economic miracle rise of China. And China's decision to operate an economic and geopolitical system that is not fully capitalist. So many analysts speak with certainty that the world is entering a multipolar era where there will be multiple poles of influence. The point I want to make is that most African countries and many countries in the world have been under the tutelage, under the pupillage, I prefer the word pupillage, of the Western American-led neoliberal, capitalist-dominated macroeconomic and geopolitical system, which constitutes the extension, if we are to understand Kacheni Ndlovu, even Anibal Quijano, the Peruvian scholar who is credited with developing the concepts of coloniality of knowledge, coloniality of power matrix in the early 90s. So we come from that sphere where Fukuyama's idea of the neoliberal capitalist macroeconomic and socio-geopolitical system is seen as the triumphal, as the end of history. That's what Fukuyama argues, that all the world has to do is to follow the capitalist model because it has triumphed over its rival. And there's a way we can understand what we do and our devotion, sometimes unquestioned devotion to Western ideas, Western system, Western modes of knowledge production. Like we don't have to do anything. All we have to do is to follow. But then Kacheni comes up in the early 2000s to say, we can see with the financial crisis of 2008, we can see with the ecological damages which Prof. Sibanda was referring to. And even now, more closely, we can see with the Ukraine war, we can see the instability of the Middle East, that system did not quite win, which was a point made early, even in 1994 by this French philosopher, what's his name? It's not Lacan, it's the other guy, even I remember. He had actually challenged Fukuyama to say, but you can't say that because there's still a lot of suffering going on in the world. The problems of the world are not yet solved. We cannot claim that your ideological and your historical positions have triumphed. Why I say this is perhaps for us to understand the context. I'm trying to suggest that the context of decolonization, of anti-coloniality intellectual activity which we are doing, this has to play into it. It's not an entirely South African phenomenon. It's not an entirely racial phenomenon. The powers of the colonial matrix is one that is exercised, although it's led mainly by Caucasians, it is also exercised against Caucasians, against women, against several constituencies that are non-dominant. And maybe this will guide, this might be useful, I hope so, in some of the conversations that we are going to have in the next 40 minutes. And in this room, will be led by Professor Innocent Moyo. Prof, the floor is yours. You're facilitating this. Yes, that's the commitment you made. Yeah, I have a verbal contract on a footage of the verbal contract. How relate to it? First, do it. You know how to finish a conversation. Just get people to answer. But the first they go to the group. We are already in the groups. Oh, yeah, one group has moved. All right. So this is your group and 30, about 28 colleagues online. All right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Great. Fantastic. Yeah. So this is the question we are answering. Yes. We're looking for very pragmatic and practical answers. All right. Okay. Yeah. We have 30 minutes. 30. And maybe.
Yes, a very good afternoon, colleagues.
Also, maybe I think the dean appointed our rapporteur. So let's identify.
The rapporteur.
I think it's Professor. Is that Professor Mtuli?
Okay, all right. A very good afternoon, colleagues. I want to establish if we have a rapporteur for this session, because we want to record everything and the outcomes of this of these deliberations. Who is the rapporteur? Professor Ntuli, am I correct that you are our rapporteur? All right, thank you. And thank you so much, Prof. Akpome, for ambushing me. I'm going to facilitate this session. And the question that we want to, in fact, really, this is going to be a build up. And right from the morning, I think we were fed with really challenging, talks and presentations and so on and so forth. But then this is the time for us to engage more deeply with what we've heard so far. And the question that we need to respond to is as follows. What are, I don't have my glasses.
Borrow the program from the.
Sorry, I don't have my glasses. Yeah. Yes. Right. So this is the question. What are the implications and applications of contemporary, what are the implications and applications of contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project at the University of Zululand? So more specifically here, colleagues, we want to respond to that question. We want to think, particularly in reference to our faculty, in reference to what we do, on a daily basis. So the question is, what are the implications and applications of contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project at the University of Zululand? So now you should be thinking about what you are doing. You should be thinking about your discipline. And you should be thinking, contextually about how that discipline needs to be decolonized within the logic of what we've been talking about since morning, and so on and so forth. So our thinking should be around that. So having said that, I think we need to have a conversation. So I'm going to read the question for the third time. What are the implications and applications of contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project at the University of Zululand?
Your thoughts, colleagues? At least I know we were here since morning, so let's have a discussion on that. Maybe I'm going to kickstart this I'm going to kickstart this. I mean, for myself. Um, you see, for me, the implications and the applications are based on what I've gathered so far, based on what I've gained so far. This speaks to me directly, you see, as a geographer by training. So I need to go back, go back and think in terms of how I do research. How do I decolonize, geography as an academic discipline? Pedagogically, when I go into the classroom, how do I teach such that I'm decolonized, bearing in mind issues of the coloniality of knowledge, the fact that knowledge is colonized. So what are the implications? What does this say to you? Yes, Prof.
Mike,
Sorry, Prof, just starting.
Sorry. Thank you. I was saying that I always jump into the pond prematurely without looking, hoping that it's not too deep. I want to start with this question, colleagues. Did you notice that one of the things that was mentioned by the Vice Chancellor, which is the fees must fall, roads must fall, was an initiative of the youth. And Prof. Siepe buttressed it by saying it has implications on us, the educated, because we were not there. We joined the youth, those who did join. Also, if you recall, there were two critical meetings on decolonizing the curriculum, which were initiated by the youth with the minister, the then minister Blade Nzimande. Well, I think one of them was here in Durban, and sort of here in KZN. Again, it was a youth initiative. So for me now, I'm thinking out already in the pond that if you go back in again maybe to 1976, in many ways, it was 1976 that broke probably the last three vertebrae in apartheid.
Mhm.
And then from there on, it was stumbling to its destiny. It was irreversible. Its demise was irreversible. I've always said, and I'm not ashamed to say it, that I've got great passion for the youth. When students are on campus, they can be a nuisance. But on holiday, when they are gone, it only takes the first day or two that you actually miss them. You say, where are they? This place is like a ghost town now. I'm kind of starting to say one of the implications for us is to ask the question in this debate, Where are the youth? Where are the students? They don't always make sense. Well, like as sense as Prof. Moyo and the dean make sense. They don't make that kind of sense. But they are very mysteriously very accurate about matters, very precise. They've got the precision of a surgeon. How do they know? Because we're talking about decolonization now.
Yes.
They were very precise when they met the minister. And we almost always forget these things about the youth. I was doing a probation meeting with a colleague in the department. And one of the things that he raised with me is that he gets something like 20-30% attendance in his class. So I was shocked. I said, yo, what are you going to do about it? This is not right. This is not normal. He said, nah, don't worry. It's right across the board here at UNIZOL. I said, what are you saying? I'm problematizing this. Is there disjuncture between us and our youth? Are we listening to our youth? Are they listening to us? Do we have a relationship with them? Can we really start this journey without talking to them? Sorry, I did warn you that I was going to jump without looking. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you so much, Prof. Songa. He has problematized that, right? So now that we have, I think we've had so much. Really, we are digesting. How do we bring our youth? Remember, the students that we teach in class are the youth. Remember, it is the same students that actually galvanized the revolution in 1976 up to a crescendo. If it is the youth, which it is, that can play an important role in this journey of decolonization, the question is, how can me and you, bring to the fore, how can we, bring to the fold this youth? I think that's an important question that is being raised by Prof. Songa. I think maybe we will have answers. So I'm actually paraphrasing the question. I don't know if I've done a great job at that. All right, colleagues, we are still, deliberating on these questions, the implications and the applications of the contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project at the University of Zululand. What are the implications? The compelling and the powerful presentation by Prof. Siepe in the morning and the subsequent discussions. What does it mean to you? At a practical level, even at a theoretical level, I dare say. What does it mean to you? Prof. Songa here has said, what about the youth? What about our students? So when we go back to our classrooms, when we go back to our lecture rooms, how do we, how do we cascade this? How does it, flow down to the students? Remember what they did in 1976. Can they do part 2 or part 3? Dr. Oni, the floor, you have the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Oni from Department of Engineering. So I just want to a little bit digress to what Prof have said. My main concern has always been in publications, acceptance, not really acceptance of the what published work. I'm talking about African journals. We see that a lot of times for you to get acceptance, what I mean by acceptance is for them to look at you as a notarized figures in your field, like somebody who is well accomplished. You need to publish in some big European or or American journals, whereby a lot of us neglect our own local uh, publishing sources. So my thought always go there, that what actually happened. Why do we so desperately need to? Because if you look at even the amount of money needed to publish in all of these journals, is part of how we take African money to another country. A lot of times I look at it as money laundering, because when you are publishing and you are publishing with almost 58,000 rand, that's huge. And it's not just one paper in a year, it's close to maybe 50, 100 or 200, like that. So I always wonder, this is part of why when we go over there, they don't see us unless we publish in part of, which is what Prof is saying. That a lot of times they look at us as, no, 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 if you don't have something in this area, then you can't actually be well welcomed in that area. So that's just my own concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. If I may, in fact, I think we had the answer in the morning. I think if I may try just to respond to that, maybe, generate a conversation. The point was made, when you remember the example that Prof. Siepe made in the morning, he said that, we are trying to catch up with what Hendrik Verwoerd actually did. We don't believe in ourselves. And this is the time to take ourselves very seriously in terms of what we can do without getting an affirmation from the West. I think this is the whole idea, really, when we talk decolonization, decolonizing the academic project. We must take ourselves very seriously to start with. For instance, we do have the journal here at the University of Zululand. How many people are submitting papers to that journal? If anything, we submit to the European and the Western journals. So for me, that is an important and critical point that with which we need to engage. Why are we not taking ourselves very seriously? Why would we, for instance, think that sending your child, that's an example, to UCT and not the University of Zululand? Why do we think another university like UCT is the university? I'm throwing the question back to you, Oni, to say, why is that so? Why do you think that for you to be an accomplished scholar, you must publish in those journals? That's the whole issue that we must destabilize. That is the whole issue that we must disrupt. Yes, there is Professor Spanda, and then there is Prof. Okpome. Yes, in that order, please. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Prof. I'm not responding to that question. I wanted to contribute on a different note. I don't know if I can go ahead.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Remember, we are also speaking to that question, you know, the implications and the applications of the politics of knowledge in the academic project at our university.
Yes, so one implication or practicality of this, I think this then calls for us to reconsider our curriculum and make it to be more inclusive. For example, to integrate diverse knowledge systems from various cultures, indigenous knowledge, traditional practices, and some other non-Western perspectives, because what is mainly dominant or prescribed curriculum, it resembles the Eurocentric views. So we need a curriculum that will then blend into these different disciplines, as well as reflecting our own African cultures and societies. I think one example that I can give is, for example, the material that we use maybe in the classroom when we teach, the books that we prescribe. You find that you are teaching agriculture here, but maybe they are using book that looks at American context and all that. Even the multimedia resources that we use, I think, is something that we can think about more deeply. Thanks, Prof.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for that. I was reading an article by Ndlovu Kacheni, on the 10 things that can be done by African studies. You see, you have many things. For instance, you have we go and talk about Africa in Europe. African studies in Europe. Why do we need to go and talk about Africa in Europe? Why? I'm also trying to address the question that was raised by Oni, Why do we even, I'm not saying it's wrong, but why do we even need to go to Europe to talk about Africa? I'm trying to underscore the point that you are making there about, different knowledge systems, and so on and so forth. Yes, Prof. Akpome, the floor is yours, Prof.
Okay, thank you, sir. I was going to respond to the question you were asking about research, which he also made. I think UniZulu, from what I know from colleagues in other institutions in South Africa, UniZulu does not, in terms of the incentives, the research incentives, there are universities I know where colleagues are paid less, where there's a difference between if it's a SAPC journal, right? And if it's published in the UK or America, for instance, colleagues get more paid into their research accounts. But as far as I know in Izulu, that is not there. It's the same. Whether you publish in a journal that's based in America or it's in a journal based in Bloemfontein, your account is credited the same amount, which I think is a very positive thing. So for now, I really don't know. So if you are in a university where they say they give you more recognition because you published in an American journal, I don't know why any colleague in our university should. Maybe they have other incentives, but personally, especially with what has been going on, I don't really care I don't care for the so-called international journals. I honestly don't care anymore. 5 or 7 years ago, maybe I cared, but also my personal experience. I submitted an article to one of the leading African literature journals, and they were so shambolic. They were so apart from that, they were just not professional. The editor recommended his own articles for me to cite. He recommended his own articles. I Googled the articles, it's his name there. He's based in one fancy American university. They couldn't even reach a conclusion. My experience, even with South African journals in particular, has been that maybe not for the best reasons, maybe because we are trying to prove that we are rigorous, but they've been quite rigorous. The South African journals I've published with, they've been really rigorous. They come back to you and they try to respond on time. So I really do not see, unless it's a psychological thing, or if you're in a university where they say maybe your promotion is based on, or your incentives, you are discriminated against in terms of that. I don't think that exists at UniZulu, and I think it's something we need to say, and we also need to remind the colleagues. So in terms of publication, even now, I really want, especially since I've been very involved in this, I really want to walk my talk. I want to publish in African journals, South African journals, Nigerian journals, Ghanaian journals. I really want to do that because I think what we are doing is more relevant here. It will be more appreciated than overseas. But even then, it doesn't stop these Europeans. Professor Gacheni said something when he came to visit us last year. I asked him a question on the side. How do you feel you are in Europe and you are saying these things? He said, actually, his experience is that they will respect you if you know what you are saying, even if it appears that you are speaking against the system that supports them. That those who curry, who kind of, suck up, they hardly get respected. That it's better for you if you believe in what you are saying to do it and say it and write and publish and make those connections. That if you, so for instance, I'm finding a way to say this. So I pitched this abstract to one article in Europe, to one conference in Europe as an abstract to be presented at the conference. I don't think I say very complimentary things about the European system, but they looked at it and they liked it and they said I must come and speak to a plenary. They stopped short of elevating my presentation to a keynote, but they said I'll be speaking in a plenary. So I think there are people who will respect us for who we are, right? And there are also many colleagues, white colleagues, Caucasians, who are not supportive of the colonial system. There are very many of them. There is a significant number of them. We are not to presume that if a colleague is white, or if the university is overseas, or if the journal is American, then it's not necessarily colonial. So that's all I would like to say. That I'm trying to take this seriously and walk my talk. I want to be with African scholars, be in African spaces, submit to African journals, and yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Akpome. The implications and the applications of the contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project at University of Zululand. So thank you for that input. Prof. Madlala, and then, oh, there are many hands now. There's Prof. Madlala, and then, yes, in that order. Yes, the floor is yours, Prof. Madlala, yes.
Um, oh, thank you. I'm from nursing science. What I could say with regard to the implication is that I think one needs to, it should start with us by actually thinking a little bit different on how we used to do things moving forward. Meaning that all of us we have been trained using the curriculum from different from African perspective, for example. So we used to do things the way that we were taught, but now we need to change our thinking a little bit in order to be able to run with what we are talking about. And then I would also like to make a contribution with what Prof. Songa have said with regard to the youth. They actually play a very important role because even in the classroom, you will be busy talking about English ways, using those things, trying to make them to understand on what they are saying. But one of them, they will actually Google that and then they will tell you that, oh, this is what you mean in isiZulu. Maybe perhaps if you have said that, I should have understood you long before. So they play important role in this journey. So they should be actually be part of what the discussion is all about. And lastly, I also want to touch from the medical point of view. There are indigenous knowledge that is out there, of which if we are applying them from medical perspective, they will tell you that it works and it used to work from all these years from our grannies and so forth. But when you now try to apply in a medical field, they will tell you that it is not tested. Then actually meaning that you are going to be killing people because we are going to be using something that is not tested, which means I'm trying to say perhaps in our curriculums and we also need to cover those angles and use as much as information from indigenous knowledge. For an example, in the subjects like I wonder that we have in midwifery, there are many practices that the aunties that are doing out there, our mothers that used to do, they never go to the hospital. But if you talk about them, it seems like a cultural shock to other people, of which they used to work. So by including such things in our curriculum, then I think we can move forward with that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Madlala, for that. I think this should be the time that you should be thinking about the nursing science curriculum in terms of how you need to, to decolonize it and, and infuse those indigenous, knowledge systems that are specific to your discipline. Yes. You introduce your name? Yes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Rogers Manzini from the Department of Consumer Sciences. I'll be speaking on the behalf of the department because I believe we are better positioned to integrate this in the department. We are doing in some extent, but I feel like some of the books that we're using currently I could use the word redundant because some of the things that are written there, the processes and the ingredients, some students may not be used to, as we know that the majority of our students are from rural communities. So I feel like in terms of book, but we have seen some transitions in terms of the books that are being introduced using African perspective, which some I've heard some students saying, "Oh, I relate to this now. I understand what you're talking about." But I feel now, Professor Kolanisi has tried by all means now to introduce the African perspective on what we do. So what we're doing there is in terms of partnering with the communities, which will impart some of the knowledge that we can utilize in the classroom through projects. So that's how now we are trying to bring that child to come from Gwamhlabalingan and who knows nothing about some of the things we may be teaching about now, because what is limited to is the use of ground nuts there. Then we try to bring those ground nuts now to the classroom so they understand, bringing some of the aunties that may never been in university. So we bring those aspects in terms of collaborations now. So we bring that part of community, bring into the classroom, into the laboratory now to create a final product. So in that manner, we are trying to integrate that marginalized aspect of teaching. So we are trying to bring that political part and marginalized part of the African context into classroom to collaborations and bringing, we need more books, which we write ourselves anyway. We need to write those books, I feel that way, so that we can make more relatable to students. So we need to be robust in that department, and I wish the process can be easy, maybe to allow us to also write our own books so that we can use this book to educate them with them. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's quite interesting. So still we are. So the implication for you, therefore, is about the inclusion of indigenous knowledge systems that are integral to consumer science. Very interesting. Thank you so much. Yeah, then I will go to the dean.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very much, Prof. We are learning today indeed. First of all, let me just thank all the speakers who spoke before me since morning. So, and then I just want to maybe make some comments on few things that few professors said here. That the first one was that the students, the youth especially, they become too robust, and then they may not make sense in what they say, which is what we should expect in a way, that they shouldn't make sense, but they know, they understand at the ground on what is happening, they experience these things, and then it is us as their teachers or their supervisors to try and polish whatever they're saying to make more sense. And then Prof, you spoke, Prof, I forget the name, our facilitator for the day. You spoke about an editor who told you to cite his own work in the thing. So, and then remind me of this my PhD thesis. One of the, as a student, they don't tell you who's marking your thesis, who's examining it. But that time I could tell who was examining my thesis, because the guy was just, he or she suggested these other articles that I should cite. And when I checked, there was just one name appearing in all of those articles. So I could tell that this is the person who's actually marking my dissertation. So now let me just get to my point in terms of answering contributing to the question of the day here. I think one of the issues that we are having is the issue of the feeling of belonging, in the sense of that the relationship between the university and the society at large, it looks like we are just too far apart. And why am I saying that? If a student now lives from a student from rural area, the KwaDla, passes grade 12, register with University of Zululand, they get into University of Zululand, the culture totally changes. And then when the student goes back, community, the food at the taxi rank is no longer nice. They prefer the food at Bonnet. So now we can see that now instead of them saying that, okay, with what I'm learning, how can I go and improve the food at taxi rank to make it much nicer? They totally want what we totally want to leave it to say no, that one that place is dirty and all that. So that is something that we need to look at to say how do we bring the our communities and the university. So we have got these projects and programs about the community engagements, but when we check, it's like we are just a group from the university. I'm talking about from the university side. We are just a group of elite who think that we can teach our communities everything. We do not want to learn anything from them. So even if we're in the sciences, we're working with the traditional healers and all that. Instead of learning from them that how does this thing work and all that, we want to go and research whatever they are doing and then change the knowledge there and all that, build something totally different from that. So that is we have to change that to say, okay, we can learn from them and then they can also learn from us, and then we come up with one product which can make much sense. We also see in conferences, I've attended many conferences, I've never seen anyone acknowledging a traditional healer there. They just go there and then speak about something as if it's something that was made by them. But these are the guys who are saying we're working with the traditional healers, but I've never had anyone acknowledging a traditional healer at a conference. So that is something else that we really need to talk about. And then the other thing to say, we keep on saying nothing about us without us, but we never ask ourselves a question of how much risk are we willing to take in order for us to also participate. And I'm talking about this from the situation of the, which Prof said was talking about the COVID and all that, the vaccines and all that. There was a time when the vaccines were being produced. I really understand that we also have to be part of that program and all from the beginning. But the question will be, are we getting enough fundings to, we can have ideas, but are our ideas being funded and all that? We have the resources to also study medicine from the scratch until we get it to the market. I don't think we have. So if someone comes from maybe somewhere else, or even here in Africa, says, here's a medicine, I'm looking for volunteers for the clinical trials. That's just a question I'm just going to pose to everyone. What will be the answer from the African perspective? We are likely to dismiss you. Okay, because we think that the medicine is just something that when they say clinical trials, we just want to test it on us if it's working or not. But behind that story is that when someone is developing a medicine, they want to tailor it. So if I'm looking for volunteers from Richards Bay, I want to tailor that medicine or optimize it based on the population of the people of Richards Bay. And then we have seen previously, even with some of the medicines, because I do not want to get into too much science of that. Some of the medicines we had, we noticed that we have got different DNA with the Caucasians and all that. That one we must agree with. So when the medicine says we need clinical trials in Africa, is so that it can be optimized based on the African population. Okay, we've seen some of the drugs like HIV drugs and all that. We've seen that most of them, when they were taken, especially by our females, they were making them very obese and all that. So that they were taking wrong doses and all that, because the African perspective was never taken into consideration when the medicine was optimized and produced and all that developed. So some of those risks really they are necessary. We really need to take them. And also, if we say we want to take part, we cannot just say we want to take part when it's nicer. Even when it has got risk, we really have to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for that contribution. I think I will, the Dean and then Prof. Adigun, and then I will hand over to Prof. Akpome. Right.
Oh, thank you so much, Prof. Moyo. I just want to contribute two things here. I think one most important thing is to build our confidence, because that's what we lack, and we know we lack it because of the education system that we went through. So we are really a society that is does not have confidence on themselves. So we have to learn to be confident. And I think in this the issue of research that we now discussing, we should start by saying let's establish our own journals. If we establish our own journal in science, then we're going to publish the science that we have produced or the knowledge that we have produced. And then we have our own journal that will go according to our terms. And I think that's one of the things that we can consider moving forward. The second one is curriculum rethinking. Do we still want to have the what do you call it, the disciplines that are just focused to produce a physicist that is unable to apply that physics? So I think that's where we have to think a lot of, do we want to have a curriculum that is all-rounded curriculum, not a curriculum that leaves you halfway? Because we have the expertise, we have the innovations, but you stop there. There are so many, like for example, in the faculty, we've got so many IPs that are there, but are still kept because they have to move forward into being linked to a company that is now going to produce the product and so forth, because our knowledge is only up to the production of knowledge, and we can't move further with the knowledge that we have produced, because we are producing the knowledge and we don't know whom are we producing the knowledge for. That's why we are destroying the environment by trying to produce the knowledge, because we're not looking at the all sides. We are not doing our in driving, what we say when we look at on the side and on the, we're not doing that at all. So our education is very narrow in that sense, that is going to produce somebody that is going to be a half-baked person. So I believe that if we rethink our curriculum, even the disciplines that they might look like they are disciplines that are hindering us from achieving what we think we can achieve if we broaden them. But if we rethink those disciplines, I believe that they might still service us. I think, let me stop there.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. About the journal, I know that is directed at me. I know that is directed at me specifically. You see, in our faculty. So, colleagues, I think you heard that one. So we need to be thinking about the journal of science. That is actually going to echo our position on the node of African thought. So I think really moving forward here, we're getting ideas in terms of how the implications and the applications of these serious things that we're talking about here. Particularly, I like the idea of the journal, like the idea of the rethinking, the recalibration, the repositioning of the curriculum such that it is contextually specific and it responds to our need. And in fact, if I can, particularly the journal that is going to speak to our issues, to speak to our African issues. At the end of the day, really, we should be a center for African studies where Africans will talk about Africa, rather than me getting onto a plane to Europe to talk about Africa. Why must a conference about Africa be held in Europe? Why not here? That is the point that I was trying to make. That in these discourses, we should have more conversation here in Africa. So that's why I was talking about, Africa in Europe. we should have more conversation, just like the node of African thought is driving us to. So that is the point that I was trying to make, and I wanted to amplify that based on the, the input by the dean. And then now, Prof. Adigun, you're going to be the last one, and then I hand over to Professor Akpome. The floor is yours, Prof. Adigun. Sorry, could you just identify yourself? Wait, Prof.
Can you hear
Adigun.
me?
Wait, Prof. Adigun. We had a
Oh,
previous speaker, he
yes.
didn't identify himself. Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm Magwena Mona from Chemistry Department.
Okay, from Chemistry Department. Thank you. Prof. Adigun, the floor is yours, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to make some comments about we need to start something that impacts the grassroots now, the undergraduates. And you didn't mention that in the morning. So how do we then have something or a way of communicating knowledge that allows students from the beginning to know that there is the need to decolonize their mind? But as long as if we don't start from there, only wanting to get our postgraduates to publish somewhere to change their mind, I think by that time it might be very late. Of course, I mean, it can still be done, but it can be very late. So there must be a mechanism that the faculty puts in place, like some for FSAE 101. Which is meant to decolonize the mind of the undergraduate students so that they are with us, so that when you are talking about culture, somebody just mentioned the fact that our community engagement needs to change. We need to identify knowledge elders in the communities that we can learn from, but we always go there wanting to teach them when they can enrich us and really bring innovation to the way we think. But unless you set this up in something like FSAE 101, that can really begin to change and address the mind and let students know that it's not everything that is in social media that is supposed to be like that. Things need to change. We need to have an African flavored social media that really allows our students to be able to innovate using. So I just think that there's the need to do that. I don't have a complete solution, but I've been thinking about that. That is very important if we want to change this. The issue of we don't want to, or we don't want, no longer want to go to Europe before we publish and those things. I think we also need to make sure, because we've said that there is politics in knowledge. There's nothing you can do about it. Everywhere you are, when you want to accept a PhD thesis, you accept them into the group of PhDs. That's what you are doing. So there is party politics already in academics, in knowledge production. But what you do is to make sure that you have a community of knowledge that actually talks about our own culture, that recognizes that our culture, the one that's not written down, can actually influence us and make our teaching and learning richer than what it used to be. So I think those are the kind of mechanisms that we need to put in place if we really want to change something. We can change it using our writing, going to our kind of conferences and so on and so forth. But shall we please start from the grassroots? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Adigun. I think our repertoire, Prof. Ntuli, you have summarized that. But the longer short of it is that the discussions that we have had here is that the implications and the applications of what we've talked about now really it revolves around the issues of the knowledge, the research, the community engagement, up to issues, pedagogic issues. The curriculum that we have. What must we do to the curriculum? How must we teach the curriculum? And what must we teach in that curriculum? Prof. Akpome, it's over to you. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Prof. Moyo, and thank you so much, colleagues. I think Prof. Adigun timed his intervention very excellently. It was when the colleagues from the other room were stepping in. We are doing well on time so far. I'm not in this faculty, so I know that there are issues and there are peculiarities to the faculty and the disciplines and the curriculum that is taught here. So, but I find our interventions very, very fruitful. Um, as a provocateur, I would just like to remind us that we can get journals, but what if the journals are discriminated against? Are we thinking of that? We should think of that. You know the thing they call the bills list? I have a strong suspicion that that has to do with a certain set of journals. They talk about the bills list, talk about predatory journals, right? And the underlying thing when they talk about predatory journals is what? So that these journals exist for the money and it. Yeah, but that's what all the Elsevier journals exist for. Elsevier makes more money than Netflix. It's a multi-billion-dollar company. Okay, so yeah, I'm not saying that we must tie all knowledge production to money, but I mean let's be aware of the context in which we work. So yes, we can get journals, but we also have to think 2 steps ahead to think of how we will ensure that when we get journals, the journals get the recognition and actually do what they want to do. It's like universities. There were times universities were within a very colonial context. Universities were denied to certain constituencies. Let's say Black, Indigenous African constituencies, right? And then you get universities, all right? And then you produce graduates, right? And then your graduates are denied jobs for the fact that they came from those universities. You catch my drift. So we must think 2 steps ahead. I'm not saying let's not do journals, but let's also remember that there are several sides of struggle. The struggle doesn't end with getting a journal. So we must also think ahead while we get the journals. Recalibrating the curriculum. I'm happy to share what I think is a very significant intervention. It came from my HOD in the Department of English. We were talking about recurriculating, bringing new texts. We teach English texts. I'm a big fan of replacing the older, more canonical English texts with texts produced by, I like indigenous, texts produced by indigenous writers. But my HOD came up with what I think is a brilliant idea where he says we have to design programs. Because it's one thing to change the content of a program, it's another thing to understand the purpose of that program. And sometimes the purpose of the program might just co-opt the new content you put in it. Your new content can be co-opted into the service of the program. So, which is a difficult thing because we talk about CHE requirements, SAQA requirements, which is why I think it was the minister when we launched this thing in 2020. He said something. He talked about knowledge ecologies. He said we needed to build ecologies that will allow these projects to survive. And I think Prof. Siepe talked about it a bit earlier. So if you are making initiatives that will not pass CHE, so you need to engage there. We must remember to engage there. Because you can do something that will not pass. I think the dean talked about IPs that are sitting there that do not move forward.
What's the wider architecture? What's the wider social political architecture in which they operate? Uh, uh, it may seem that some of us might appear sound paranoid, but the colonial enterprise, it's a very resilient, it's a very well resourced, it's a very forward thinking, it's a very powerful enterprise. It thinks ahead. Fairfoot could say in 1953 that let's institute a program that will be almost irreversible. That's what he could say. He was forward thinking, and we were just chatting over lunch. Professor Epe was telling us that if Fairfoot was alive today, or if he could pick it, we say, "I told you. Did I not tell you?" So this is what I told you in 1953. See the way they are behaving. So it's not. I'm thinking we really need to look at, in my view, what would be significant steps, not half measures. If we are serious, if we believe in what we are doing, not half measures not tick boxing compliance gestures at compliance. And I really like Dr. Monia's talk about we should be able to take the risk. It goes with what the dean said earlier about we need to formulate. In formulating a new idea, you have to be bold because the idea may not work. It doesn't mean everything we are saying will work. One must be bold enough to say, but Abel Newton and co, they were also not sure. It's the confidence that's the thing. They were also not sure that the ideas would work. Innovation, bankruptcy, as the Americans will tell you, it's a necessary risk of innovation. Take a huge loan, start a huge business. You must remember that the business might fail. So these are really fantastic ideas that we have shared, and I hope that our rapporteurs are now comfortable enough to step forward to give us a short summary of what went down in their respective groups. Then we move towards the rounding off and the closure. I'm happy to invite the rapporteur from the second group, but it seemed that Prof. Ntuli was ready. Prof. Ntuli, please, you may step forward. Okay, Dr. Biela was already on her feet. Go for it, man. Okay, whoever gets here first. Okay. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. A lot of points were made in our discussion. Very interesting, very challenging. Hopefully, I will be able to capture what my colleagues said, but luckily they are here. So if there's something I missed or misinterpreted, they can just help me out. So one of the things that came across was the point of saying that now, as the university, we are saying that we are now a node for African thought. What does it mean for us to be the node of African thought? Do we have the same definition? If somebody was to ask us as individuals, do we all have the same understanding of what it means to be the node for African thought? And if we were asked specifically what is science, do we all have the same understanding of what is science within the concept of being a node for African thought? The response to that from colleagues was that we have to think about our identity as a faculty, to say what are our needs as a faculty? How is our lives as a faculty? Is the identity which have been given to us, specifically speaking about the University of Zululand being a previously disadvantaged university, is that the description? Are we happy with that description? Are we happy being defined that way? So in order for us to move forward as a faculty and embodying being the node for African thoughts, we have to have a common understanding. And in deriving our common understanding or thinking about it, we have to be inclusive and we have to acknowledge the different departments that are there, to say that physics is not superior to botany. They are doing science, we are doing science, which means that we have to come together and work together in order to reach the goal of becoming a node for African thought as a faculty. Another point that come up was that in terms of being interdisciplinary, there is already work that is being done. As within the faculty, as departments, we are already working together. We do have projects that are interdisciplinary that departments are doing. So it's not that now that we are decolonizing, we have to sort of look outside, try and see what can we do, what can be done. But there are little things that we are already doing in our curriculum that is already giving the impression that we are a node for African thoughts and that we are working together as a faculty. It's just that it is not documented and it's not expressed in that way. But now we have to work together and also express that in terms, because one of the things that they talked about was that once something is documented, that's when it kind of becomes solid and that's when it is acknowledged. So it means even when we are writing our proposals, even when we are compiling reports, that interdisciplinary that is already happening has to be brought afore and it has to be highlighted. Um, And also, we have to also think about the barriers that we have and how to overcome those barriers. Um, because as a university and as a faculty, we are already innovative. We are already trendsetters. But because we don't document that and we don't highlight that, it's not really seen. It's kind of like we are doing our research in our own spaces and we are not communicating it and getting it out there to say, as the University of Zululand, we do have African thoughts. We do have African research that we are already doing, but it's not being highlighted and it's not being publicized to say this is what the University of Zululand is doing. So it may seem as if we are not doing it, but we are doing it. We just need to publicize it more. For instance, you look at interviews that people will be having. Are we in those interviews? Are we in those conversations as the University of Zululand to say we are bringing in the African perspective? But if we ourselves don't have confidence, because that's another point that come up, is that as the academics at the university, do we have the confidence to say, if we are in an international conference and somebody asks us, what do we think about this point? Do we have confidence enough to raise our hands and say, this is what we think and this is how we see ourselves? Or do we believe that the other universities have superior knowledge to us? So as long as we don't have the confidence in ourselves, it will be difficult for us to be innovative and to be out there and to be recognized. Okay, so another point that came up was the issue of are we saying that, are we scrapping Western knowledge and we're just purely subscribing to African knowledge or indigenous knowledge? From our discussion, the point was that no, we are not saying we need to scrap Western knowledge, but what we need to do is to integrate the two knowledge systems. So we have Western knowledge and we have our indigenous knowledge. Both these knowledges have pros and cons. Unfortunately, for the African knowledge, it has somehow been the negative, or the cons of it is the one that's mostly highlighted and mostly publicized, which means we don't really get to hear about the goodness of traditional knowledge and the advancement of African knowledge. So, us as scholars and as researchers, we need to change that negative perceptions about indigenous knowledge. Because the example that came up was that with that was relating to traditional healers. That's when the um, the media and our society has put or has placed traditional healers as in a negative light. So they don't talk about the good things and the good knowledge that they have. But what is mostly out there is about the negative impact of the traditional knowledge. So us as researchers, we need to also do research into traditional knowledge, traditional medicine, traditional food. But we cannot do this in isolation because us ourselves, we have the Western training, but we do have our backgrounds, we have our own cultures. So we do have an understanding of what knowledge is, and we have the privilege of having both knowledges as Africans. We have the Western training, but we also have our own cultures and our own knowledge just from being who we are. So it's not a matter of that, okay, now I need to Africanize physics. I need to be going somewhere looking for information, reading about certain things. But there is knowledge that we have as African lecturers at the university that can be used to Africanize the curriculum. So that also speaks to then our students to say we need to be co-creators of knowledge. So this is speaking to now to the curriculum to say we need to make some changes into the curriculum. We need to be co-creators of knowledge with our students, because our students have the background, they have the knowledge. So just because as an academic I cannot know everything. So if now we are bringing in the African perspective into our curriculum, we can be co-creators with our students. So you find that the students are assisting us in designing the assessments. So bringing in that African, bringing in their own context into the modules themselves. So instead of having, especially when we look at our textbooks, for an example, the ones that we use in physics, they are based on it's Western authors, which means even the type of questions that they're asking, they'll be asking about skiing. So the student is not only now thinking about the actual physics problem, but now they are stuck to say, what is this skiing they're talking about in reality? So that's just the little things that we can start to be doing and to be looking into. And then there was the point of knowledge being political. So the answer to that was yes, knowledge is political because it depends on whose interest is that knowledge benefiting. For instance, if a traditional leader, if a traditional healer comes with a solution, you have these big Western companies who are now going to be losing money. So the issue is, do they want to validate that information? Do they want to publicize that solution that is now compromising their own financial well-being? So that's how knowledge then begins to be political, and that's how it starts now to be filtered, because it needs to serve interest of certain people or certain groups. So yeah, it can be political in that way, and it has proven to be political because even our own colleagues have testified that there is knowledge and discoveries that have been made, but because of political push and interest, it has been suppressed. Okay. And then in terms of science being universal, to that question, the answer was that yes, science is universal. But in the way that we implement that knowledge is different because of the context. We have different contexts. Newton's law is Newton's law, it's how it is. But how you apply it is then contextual, because even the problems that he was solving is not the problems that we are solving. So even when we are designing now our research questions when it comes to the curriculum, it's the sort of questions we need to be asking ourselves to say, does this research answer, or is it relevant for Africa? So we need to be designing and reviewing projects that come up in the department in a way to ask, is this research relevant to Africa? Because as the University of Zululand, we need to be solving African problems that are relevant to us. So by doing that, that's how then our our goal of becoming a node for African thought is then going to be sustainable, because we are always thinking about how relevant are the research questions to Africa. Oh, okay. Another important point, last point, one of the colleagues raised was that we also have to look at the different goals that we have, because we have the international goals from the UN, but we also have the African goals. So when we are looking at those goals and we are trying to pursue all of these goals, we have to put priority on our African goals now that we are a node for African thoughts. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, colleagues. This reminds me of the debate in my high school where one comes after the other, but at least this at least this one is complementary to each other. So, as the group, I'm also pleading that whatever that I have not explained properly, may the group members also assist me with it. So, our first point, yes, we also had a very fruitful discussion in our group, and still on the same question of what are the implications and applications of contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project at the University of Zululand. So our first point was that we have to actually we understand that we are having a colonized information and we have to decolonize our, let me say, our current research and the related academic matters, and then see how we are applying them for the benefit of our students and also of our society that we are serving. Also, all of them are very important, but is the involvement of the youth. That how far are we involving the youth in our discussions and also in the initiatives that we are having. And we have referred to things like fees must fall, roads must fall, and the revolution for 1976, which were all youth initiatives. And shall I say, as the adults, we just had to follow them. And the main thing about involving the youth is that those people are very precise and they are accurate with the matters. So when they are looking at the thing, they see the A and the Z of everything. So in our whole discussion as we're here, how far are we involving them for everything to work for our benefit? Then another issue that we looked at is regarding the publication um, of our work, if I may say. So we are having the African journals versus the European and American journals. So that international consideration of publishing, where we have to pursue different journals and stuff like that. So we felt that it's our time to believe in ourselves and publish our own work. But then the thing is, whenever you are publishing, we have to consider that what matters is the audience whom you are publishing to, and also the type of an argument that you are putting across, whether is that one just local or what type of the journals are going to be accepting it. So it makes us to rethink that, am I only publishing my things to American and European journals, forsaking the African journals where maybe my thing is going to be accepted? Which also, if I'm mixing this out, but we also, I'm still going to be looking at it later, but we also have to have initiatives of creating our own journals. And when we are having those journals, then that's where we can be able to publish our own knowledge, which can also even lead to the centers of excellence, where we are discussing our own matters, so that I do not, or shall I say, we do not take the African knowledge and present it in this, we say, center of excellence, those issues, but in the European context, when it's supposed to be discussed in an African context or where we are having our own centers of excellence. Right. And another thing is to, apparently we have to disrupt this notion of sending students. If we are saying, no, if you need this, you have to go to UCT or Rhodes or whatever, VETS, instead of Unizon. What is our hindrance of saying that? Even for, I think Prof. Siepe also had alluded to this initially, that we think if a person is in a multiracial school, is getting a better education than when you are just in the basic school, if I would say maybe the rural based school. So in this one, when we have to reconsider such, we are supposed also, so just as a response towards it, we have to reconsider our curriculum. Maybe if I'm sending my student or my child, so to say, recommending for VETS or for UCT, is UNIZUL having the same curriculum where the student can also benefit the same way as in the other institution, which is supposed to be better than the University of Zululand? So it should be inclusive, and also the curriculum that we're having should be inclusive and embrace other cultures. We just have to refine our curriculum just to benchmark what we are offering as much as we are saying yes, we are the node for African thought, but what about the equity, if I may say? Yes, we understand the uniqueness, but what about the equity of what the student can get if I'm on the other institution? Then, okay. The other one is to embrace the indigenous knowledge and also apply it in our curriculum. So one, we have to also know the rurality because it won't change. We are in the rural setup. We have to apply the solutions for our rural context. But one of the things which were discussed in this is that whatever that we are putting in should be discipline specific. Like there was an example from the nursing science department that there are so many things that are known, let me say, maybe to assist the childbirth, which are practiced and they are known that they are working. But whenever you are talking about them, it's like you are having some risks of killing either a child or the mother. But these things have been working. So it's our time now to infuse such things in the curriculum so that then they can have a right standing that, yes, as much as I have to be taken for cesarean section and everything in the hospital, but the moms at home, they can still help me with the same knowledge. But how are we infusing it? So we should be prepared to infuse such things in our curriculum. Also, another thing is that as much as we are infusing the IKS knowledge, the indigenous knowledge system in our curriculum, we also have to be aware that we are not like, we have to acknowledge, yes, the people who have given us the knowledge. It's not like it's my knowledge and I'm the one who is referenced. So the people, it's more of, it's called the participatory approach. If you are doing it as a research, where you are not coming, if you are an academic coming with an upper knowledge and the local informants are having the, like, let me say, the inferior knowledge, though you are going to steal from them. I'm sorry to use a wrong term. Though you are going to use their knowledge for your gain. So it's more about taking what they are giving to us and also infusing it with what we also know. And then all of us have an equal share, if I can do it like that. So, or if I can explain it like that. So everyone needs to be appreciated for the knowledge they have given to us, as much as we are saying it's indigenous knowledge, but we have to see to it that we're ethical in using such knowledge. Then also we have to build our confidence on what was distorted or stolen by the past colonial events. So we have to really be honest and say that, okay, we've been living in a colonial setup and now we have to regain our confidence. I cannot say it or emphasize it enough from the talk by Prof. Siepe. And then from there, shall I repeat this? In building this up, we should know that we are having an ability to create our own journals and rethink the curriculum and also the part, because we have the skills. So the type of the research or that we are doing shall also have must have the applications. We have some patents and everything, but it only ends in the journals. What about it being in the industry where now our curriculum should be saying, okay, I am having this one theoretically, then in the lab, then afterwards, what is the application? Where is it ending? Is it just only ending in the shelf publishing and something like that? So lastly, it's so everything that we are working on should start on ground roots where we are teaching the undergraduates. At least there was a proposal for a module like FSAE 101. I know there was UNIZUL 101, but this one is precisely for Faculty of Science, Agriculture and Engineering, where when the students are just stepping in the university, then they know about these issues of decoloniality. So we just, I don't know whether to say to nurture them while they are still young, and then they we can move across or sail quite nicely with them as they are embracing those issues and also think how to decolonize whatever that they had from the past. Okay, that's my summary. Thank you so much.
Many thanks to our rapporteurs and the uh, facilitators of the different groups, and of course, all the colleagues who have participated in these groups. We thank you. In the next few minutes, hopefully within 5 minutes, we should be moving towards conclusion with the rounding up to be given by Professor Siepe. If Professor Siepe will allow me and the colleagues, I will just further problematize. Dr. Muna said something about a student coming to UniZulu and leaving UniZulu, the university being kind of a different cultural space. Prof, I want to remind you when we are drawing up the African Thought Statement for the strategic plan, there was a very interesting intervention that came from you. We worked on it, and it's in that statement, that one-page statement, which we have to find a way of maybe sharing with colleagues. Where you said one of our tasks is to produce graduates with the consciousness and the sensibilities. We didn't use the word sensibilities, but that consciousness applies as well. With a certain kind of sensibilities. And the way we discussed it in that room, I remember, meant people who are proud to be who they are, people who are proud to associate with their origins and their identities, and to provide a space in the university and a culture in the university which promotes that. So we need to make our students, the accents that they use, their histories, who they are, to validate. And many scholars have I think I see it as a kind of gaslighting. They've gaslighted African scholars when they say, "Oh, but you are trying to romanticize the African and romanticize the African past." And my answer is, why not? I mean, if I don't romanticize my past, who is going to do it for me? If I don't valorize my identity, who is going to? Why should I move about saying, you see, I'm not a bad person. I may have faults, but consider me, I'm not a bad person. Why should I talk of myself like that? Why don't I go about and say I'm a great guy? And give you the task of saying, yeah, he's a great guy, but he has these weaknesses. That's fine. I talk about my strengths. You talk about my weaknesses. Why should it be my job to go around telling people that, we have our own knowledge systems, but our systems have all these weaknesses? It's not my job. I think as my detractor, that's just your job. That's what I think. You may not agree with me, but so I really like that point about those sensibilities. And I think it's what Professor Digun was also talking about in proposing that a module for the undergrads that will orient them. I think it will contribute to that. I also want to problematize the conclusion that science is universal. When we say science is universal, what do we mean? Science, in some older writings, science is used to refer to knowledge in general, not specific disciplines. So do we mean knowledge is universal? Do we mean, which would be a very difficult thing to prove, because what is knowledge? Do we mean methods? I think it's easier to pinpoint methods and specific concepts and specific processes and maybe even specific logics. Do we mean that these logics are universal? Do we mean that the methods are universal? Do we mean that because even in hardcore science, there's the term called theorem, Aniti, which is another form of theory, right? Which is another form of a formulation, right? So are they universal? What do I think what the colleagues are gesturing at is very important. I think it pushes on this quest for what is universal. There are scholars who have said nothing is universal. There are scholars who have made that conclusion from their studies. If we are saying it's universal, we have work to do. But let's do the work. I mean, maybe we are correct. And then the idea, two things I just like to mention very quickly: the idea of the international and our goals. What is the international? I heard a young radio presenter many years ago say international countries. Wow. Which country is not international? And then she went on to say, like, Australia, Canada, those are the international countries. I mean, cannot be Eswatini, please. So what is international? Um, the argument actually is that it's provincial. If it comes from the UN, does that make it international? The UN is neo-globalist, largely Western driven. The argument can be made that it's provincial. And finally, the idea of the two systems. I think this is very revealing, the Western and the African. In our statement, in the university statement on African thought and decolonization, we said something like knowledge systems that privilege indigenous knowledge, privilege African knowledges, privilege global South knowledges, but does not abandon an international outlook interested in a blend of knowledges across time and space. It's interesting that many Africans tend to think of the Western and the African in that binary way. What about the Asian? What about the Native American civilizations, Machu Picchu, the Aztec civilization? They are not really Western civilization. So maybe these are some of the conversations we must continue to have. But the way some of us understanding is the idea of thinking of knowledges in a binary has not been very favorable to Africans, the way I see it. There are multiple forms of knowledge from multiple parts of the world that I think we should benefit from: the Western, the African, the Asian, the Aztec, the one from Kemet, which is most glorified as African knowledge. Uh, but there are still very, very many other kinds of knowledges that's out there in the world. Is the argument I will make. But my job now is to invite Professor Siepe. He's going to give us in between 5 and 10 minutes, if we are lucky, a rounding off to the discussion today. Prof. Siepe. Yeah, we can clap. I think we can clap. We are the prof. Prof. Song, you understand? I heard what you just said. I agree with you.
Yes, if you're lucky, I think you'll be lucky. People were asking, when we say we are a note for African thought, what do we mean? This book, which you should all have, which no, not have, which you should read, because there's a distinction between having a book and reading it. There are many copies in. Okay, the person who's in charge of this project has just spoken that there are many copies that can be accessed. We've gone a long way into defining what that means. Some of the words used by Professor Akpome can be found here because he was also part of the drafters of thinking. And there's also been some suggestions in terms of the question, when will you know you have arrived? Because it's always it's good to have a sense of what you want to achieve, but there's always an element that says, how would I know that I have arrived? And we've tried to do that in this book. But what we are also asking is, well, maybe I should put it differently. When James Baldwin was talking to African Americans in the 60s, And they suggested the possibility of the dream that Martin Luther King talked about. People looked at him and wondered whether he's on drugs. And he says, I know what I'm asking is impossible, but in our country, the impossible is the least we can demand. And that's what we are asking. And of course, you should know, for those of you who have spent years in America, you'll know that the concept of impossible is not a term that they use. I mean, when the Soviet Union put Sputnik into space in 1957, Sputnik, for those who don't know, was a small artificial satellite the size of a rugby ball that was put in space. And the President of the United States looked at that and felt that they've been outsmarted in the contest of scientific and technological supremacy, and said we will do something better. We'll put the man on the moon. And of course, I suspect that if an African had said that in his own country, he would have been bundled quickly and put in a mental asylum, because the idea of walking on the moon. But 1969, 10 years later, a man walked on the moon. But what the US was saying is that if you have a vision about where you're going, you marshal all the resources. And what they did is to make a number of decisions. One, that every American student who finishes matric or high school will have done science and mathematics. They made sure that they put a lot of money into scientific maths and science. And they corralled all the scientists to say, let's make this happen. And you should watch the movie called The First Man, or you should watch a movie called Robbenheimer. I don't know how many of you have seen Robbenheimer here. Robbenheimer. You being a nuclear physicist, you'll know what it's all about. And the guys, we're saying these things so that you can go and check them. Because Robbenheimer is a guy who was given an assignment to come with an atomic bomb. And actually, as a matter of fact, I happen to know personally one of the people who made that bomb. And he spent the rest of his life writing about why it was a bad idea. And he was based at the MIT in Boston. He wrote he was an anti-nuclear activist, anti-nuclear armaments for 45 years. He never left a month without writing, because of what he saw in Hiroshima when they dropped the bomb. But anyway, the issue that I'm saying that this book will give you a sense of where you're going, and it may appear like it's impossible, but you have a former president of this country who said it always seems impossible until it is done. And we can achieve that. That's the first thing. Second, we also have a model in this country by the Afrikaners. And there's a distinction between us and Afrikaners. When the Afrikaners got into power, political power, they decided not to be included into other people's buses. They decided to have their own bus. They said, how do we create a system that will support our own ambitions. Then they said, well, you'll need universities. They built African speaking universities. They said, you need to develop the language. They took the language of Africans, which is the youngest language in South Africa and in Africa. They built it to become a language of science and technology. They say you build the language, you uplift the language, you uplift the people. And today you can study physics, chemistry in Afrikaans. But what they were doing, they were creating, destroying, removing the gap between the cultural setting, the cultural being, and what they study. So when they move from home to a university, they speak the same language. They uplift the people. And the educated did not become distinct from their people. The Africans, on the other hand, they use education as a currency away from their people. When the people cannot speak the foreign language, the African thinks he's more smarter than those. Only Africans do that. This is why Africa today, among other things, is the most underdeveloped. Despite the resources that have been spent on Africa, in 2025, 80% of the poorest people in the world will be coming from this continent because the continent chose to do what others do not do. But part of it is that it has been mistaught. It's a part of the miseducation of the African. When the Chinese president stands up and addresses the UN, and what you need to know that the Chinese guys, most of them have PhDs from the best universities. When he stands there, even though he can understand the French, he can understand English. When he speaks in Chinese because he's making a statement that this is who I am. When the French president stands up at the UN, even though he may have been educated in a place like Oxford, Cambridge, and all that, he'll speak in his own language. German president. When an African stands up there, he has to show the master that I have learned well. That is the problem with Africans. And this is not to say we should not learn our languages, other people's languages, because the languages give you thinking tools. The more you speak, the more language you speak, the more concepts you have. I mean, when you talk to people who are Zulu speaking, they will tell you that, yeah, that's not translatable because you cannot translate it. So there's some things that you cannot access, but when you understand the language, then you access. The same applies with Afrikaners. They say no, I mean, who can come up with a phrase that Murio Plat? Can you imagine? That is so nicely expressive. I mean, you only see it in a cartoon where Tom and Jerry gets bitten and he's flat like that. That's what the Africans mean when they say Murio Plat. But there are things that are not translatable that you find in language, But the late Villagaz says, when an African, put differently, when an American gets educated, they remain American. When a European gets educated, they remain European. When a Japanese gets educated, they remain Japanese. When an African gets educated, they're either Europeanized or Americanized. They become something not their own. The authenticity disappears. So what we are asking is, let's claim. Let's not say we are a mistake. Let's be ourselves. So that's so we have a good example. Afrikaners have actually done it. So it's not like it cannot be done. The second thing that Afrikaners did was to say, after building our own institutions, they also say we must also have the resources. They build their own banks. But they didn't stop there. They said we must also have our own vehicles to propagate and to support our vision. We must have our own journals. They created their own journals. So effectively, for us to succeed, and this is what you will get in this paper by the former Minister of Higher Education, Blade Nzimande, it says you need to have that ecosystem. But it goes back to the point I was making that this is going to be a struggle and need to be fought at a number of levels. The first level will be at the macro level, which somehow, policy wise, there are policy statements that we can say, you guys have to make this true. Then there are also institutional ones, which is what we, and there's stuff that must go to a faculty level and a departmental level, because that's where the damage happens. So today's engagement was simply to show that the type of education that you receive will make or break. It will define how you emerge out of the world and how you perceive. I know there's a book called Make Me Wanna Holler. It talks about a black man in the United States who says when he goes to the wide world, he says when he looks at his colleagues, he knows that these guys can't wait until it's a knock of time for them to be black again. Because the whole time they stop being black. And we are saying we want you to be African all the time. And we want you to produce students who are African all the time, who are not children of a lesser God. So tomorrow we'll deal with how knowledge is colonized, so that it should give us an understanding of how to decolonize it. For now, I would like to thank you very much, because I've been threatened by suggestion that I may not be long if you are lucky. Let's say today you're lucky. Thank you.
Prof. Siebe will also tell you about the guy who said we guarantee freedom before speech. But the one after speech, we don't know what to say. Thank you so much, colleagues. With the kind permission of our facilitator and the dean and the deputy vice chancellor and the directors, we would like to declare today's workshop closed. We will reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow. And yes, we'll reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow. And thank you, colleagues, also online. It's a huge representation and your participation. Will reconvene tomorrow. We will do our utmost to start at 8:30. We'll try and cut short the introductions and give more time to the. Okay, our CMD colleagues want us to take a photograph. It's what they always do. And at the lobby here, those of us in the room, please. Right? You want to do us outside or here? Huh? Here. Oh, inside. They want us to just gather here for a quick photograph. Thank you. Is this not yours?
Yeah, I had to change the laptop from the